playoff game. About $600 a ticket. I tried to get some. Yeah, we didn't pay that. We paid $140 a pop. Bremo knows people. You took public transportation? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Where are you going to park? Where the hell are you going to park here? There's no place to park. Oh, yeah. I also got to switch us over to EJ's Space and Rocket Review. Yeah, dude, you can't. I mean, dude, I probably could have gotten away with it. But the green line ticket was like $350 in and $350 out. $350, about $350. Actually, it was probably less than that. And parking was free. So I paid $6 to get to Fenway Park. If I had parked here, it would have cost me, at the very least $50. And Bremo and I scored the tickets from a place for about $140? Yeah, we got them for cheap. Can't believe we were there. A well-known soccer station in the Netherlands has its own rail station. Yeah. Yeah, there's two. There's the light rail right here, Fenway, and then there's the commuter rail, which is like Big Train. Lansdowne and Fenway, and then Kenmore. Why are you making a new rocket? Just a fun exercise. Yeah, fun fact, Fenway Park has a farm on top of it. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, there's a farm on top of Fenway Park, out in left field. Fenway Farms. You know the game is on, right? Yeah, I gotta work though, man. Look, I skipped the stream yesterday so I could go watch that game, dude. I gotta freaking... Oh, I got a message from you. It's probably... Oh. Hey, Bloodfam, what time is it? Because Correa just struck the frick out. Bye-bye. But I think, who was it? Somebody else hit a home run. Baseball is work. Does Fenway Park have good food? The food's good, Bandit. It's expensive. It's expensive because it's Fenway Park. They jacked the price up on purpose. How many dogs did you go through? I had 2 hot dogs, chicken fingers and fries, more French fries, and a large Coke, and then a beer. No, Canuck, I haven't. Yeah. Anyway, Bloodfam, you can dog me about what's going on in the game. I got it. Dude, straight up. Look, this is my other monitor. Straight up. So, yeah, no, I have it on right there. We're good. Couldn't do that in the UK. The beer would get you arrested on the way back. What? You can't drink at sporting events? That's strange. I hate price markups. It's so despicable. If you don't want to eat at the stadium, you don't have to. There's plenty of good places to eat around Fenway Park. You can get anything from McDonald's to a really nice steak. That area is all... Fenway, like, in the popularity of baseball, like, this whole area is, like, all revitalized. Like, you can see it. Look at all the new buildings. Like, all these buildings are new. Boylston was a dump 15 years ago. This place was not a good neighborhood. Now it's totally different, though. Like, see all these different places? Like, look at this. All this stuff's being made. Like, here, if we go back, let's see if we can look at see what it looked like out, like when I was growing up. Yeah, it was just parking lots. See, that's just all parking lots. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. All right, cool. I'll throw it in Discord. Watch it off stream. Not sure if it's DMCA friendly. I was gonna say I'll keep you posted, but I'll talk some ish if you got. Yeah, of course, dude. I was like, y'all did something 15 years ago. Yeah, everything changed. Come on. Do go. Caught the ball. You caught the ball. The drive back from where you parked the truck, even one beer would put you over the limit here. Even that weak junk that you have there. That sucks, Tessa. That's really stupid. Yeah, Bloodfam, actually, let's take a look. Ready? So, there it is in 04, right? Ready? Let's see. Do buildings start getting demolished in 05, 06? I don't really remember. Oh, yep. 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 Yeah, dude, this place is like super high end now. It's ridiculous up in there. Like, look at it. You know what kind of neighborhood it is when they got like plants on top of buildings and stuff. Like, oh, this is our gardens and stuff. How did it go with Boca, Chica, and KSP? We'll get back to it. It went pretty good, Novacon, but yeah, we'll jump back to it in a second. Looking at this makes you want to play cities. Yeah, yeah. Rumor has it that baby's still there hyping up the fans. That guy was out in the bleachers. I was telling Blood Fam this. That guy was out in the damn bleachers, dude. I can't believe that. That's the loudest part. And that Target grew 15 stories very quickly. Yeah, there's a department store built in here, and then there's like a there's like a garden on top, and then there's luxury apartments and more luxury apartments. It's funny though. The zoning around Fenway, so the people that own Fenway lobbied to make it so you cannot build a tall building, so you can't watch the game from a tall building, but you can still see it from the top of this building. I knew a guy that lived there at one point, and we would look into the stadium, which is pretty cool. I've been looking for this channel for a while now. Glad to be back. Nice to see you. Hello, it's me again. Goodbye. Yeah, no problem. I mean, there's always the follow button, dude, but I don't... Hello, I don't pressure people to sub. I don't put sub goals up. I don't even say follow. I don't really care. I want to earn subs. I don't want to... I'm not a goddamn charity case, you know what I'm saying? So I like earning it, you know what I'm saying? So I won't, like, don't follow. I don't really care. Or if you want to be reminded of the stream, go and do it. Whatever's easier for you, man. So which one is louder, Fenway or the shuttle? The shuttle. Way louder. Yeah, Exel, right? No, but the Lions are a charity case. Ugh, it's not even fair. Anyway, here, look at this picture. Let's start the space news. Boom. No, I think they wanted to finish putting the catcher arms on there, Nova. Alex with the 20-month resub in there. Here's for your next Fenway dog. Thanks, man. So, the Orion is soft mated to the rest of the stack. That is a full SLS stack right there. They're just hooking up all the wires and everything, and arming the decouplers and stuff. And then in a little bit, they'll put the launch escape system motors in place. And yeah, then we're good to go. Dude, that's a big rocket. And once again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. See this floor right here? That floor is 4 or 5 stories off the ground. You can't see the ground in this picture. It's down there somewhere. That's how big the VAB is. Literally skyscrapers indoors. Yeah, it's going to be cool seeing it roll out. When is it going to launch? Oh, SLS? Man, I don't know. Bandit, seeing it roll out is going to Change a lot of people's tune, I think. Last time the VAB saw this much action was, what, like 10 years ago? Yeah. I mean, floating disc, if it was up to me, there would be another one in High Bay 1 right here next to it. Yeah, there'd be another one. 6 months between Artemis 1 and 2 if I had my way. But I don't. You have room available if you wish to come to Florida for a rollout. Think we could get in there and stream it, Vulcan? Have you seen rocket launches in real life? If so, when and which? I saw 2 shuttle launches, STS-116 and STS-117, because I lived in Florida. I've seen Atlas OA-5. I've seen an Antares launch. I saw Antares NG-11. I saw CRS-9, Falcon 9 Orbcomm 2. I saw Falcon Heavy, the first Falcon Heavy test flight. I think that's it. That was the last one. Yeah, do you have parking for a truck? Yeah, I'm going to have to drive tough enough down there. EJ is Florida, man, confirmed. You say that like I would be like, oh, repulsed by it. Hell yeah, dude. Florida's the only other place I've ever lived. Ooh. Broken bat. Wow. Look at this. Look at this graph. Man, it's been a while. That's fantastic. There's a spacecraft in there. The next one that you see stacked. Look, crew access arm and everything, guys. Next time you see one of these things get stacked, it's people are going to be on it. That's amazing. That's a moon rocket for the first time in almost 50 years. There's a fully stacked moon rocket. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. You ain't wrong. Remo, we can hear you. Nice. Are those CubeSats? Yep. Secondary payloads, Geeson. Anything that's going to shoot out to the moon, yeah. Mm-hmm. This is the Orion staging adapter here. That's the top of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Did you just say you could hear me? Yeah. Will you go to the SLS launch? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to that. Here, let's see. Any other pictures? Almost a moon rocket. Hey, it's enough. It's enough to get this thing into NRHO, which is fine, or DRO. It still needs a better upper stage, which they should have just made from the start, but it's okay. And he plans to grow a mullet for the SLS launch. I don't know, maybe. So, oh, that's out of order. Alright, here. ULA released Lucy highlights here. Let's see from the Lucy mission. Let's see. I don't want to watch it. It's gonna make me upset.
We are so excited to have been selected to fly this Lucy mission. It is humbling to be entrusted with something like this that is going to shed new light on the origins of our solar system by visiting primordial material gathered by the Lagrange points of Jupiter as it formed the early solar system. This is so exciting for us. Our team has worked so hard. We are honored to work with the brilliant people at NASA who put this together.
Hey, Everest.
We're starting a 12-year journey of this amazing spacecraft.
Yes.
Really 8 missions in one.
I'm very excited about this
For
one,
me,
Tom.
as we are launching this, I think of the amazing team that brought it together. On the rocket it says Lucy Strong, and for me that's the battle cry that brought the team together. Congratulations to everybody.
Go Atlas.
Go Centaur.
Go Lucy.
Swiss.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh, hello.
Liftoff.
Oh.
Atlas V takes flight.
Oh.
Sending Lucy to uncover the fossils of our solar system.
Oh, that's rad. Now I'm really upset that I missed this. Oh.
Tower clear. The vehicle has begun the pitch yaw roll. We have indication of successful separation of the Lucy spacecraft.
Well, I'm gonna have to go back here and just, we need to, just. That's the RD-180 ignition right there. Man, that's cool. Hold on. Let me just... Come on. Oh, that's so legit. You can't find the backwards K on your keyboard? Well, hey, Blood Fam. Yeah, here, let me give you the American Sign Language version of K. I don't think that's it, but... Let me give you the ASL freaking version of K, bro. Rude! That's freaking sweet! Payload fairing vent. To make sure that hydrogen from the Centaur stage doesn't get caught in there, and to make sure that pressure is alleviated from the payload fairing as it goes up into space. That's what that little thing is on the side there. I know someone's gonna ask. Somebody asks every time. Somebody asks every time. It's payload fairing vents. Yeah, it gets the hydrogen from the Centaur stage that could have boiled off or condensed through out of the payload fairing, and it also vents the payload fairing. Did you show the shot at 105? We just watched the whole thing, dude, and I must say, I don't hate what's going on in this picture. I thought it was the aerial refueling tube. Yeah. For a minute it looked like T-Tab. You know what? I don't know what the RD-180's ignition system is. I think it might be a spark or a torch igniter. I'm going to guess a spark igniter. It uses T-Tab? Oh, even better. So yeah, I mean, that explains the green flash then. I has a sad. It's alright. I mean, this explains this big green flash. Green! Now that Atlas V is going to retire, what's going to happen after? Vulcan? ULA's Vulcan. From that exact same pad, dude. Super green. Also, not to plug myself, but Lucy was a pretty special launch. Yeah, I will never forgive Apple for their discrepancy. Ah, great picture, Derek. That's really good, man. I'm not calling you Derek, alright? You're Vulcan. I'm not doing that. Yeah, sorry. That's not happening. Just putting it out there. Even in real life, when we hang out, it's still gonna be Vulcan. Okay? Because if I have to, I'm gonna be like, I'm enjoying a treat, Derek! Look at all these buildings. There's Slick 40. There's the VIF. Spock. Smarf. So this is this SR 401? I love Through the Clouds. That's amazing. Will Starliner ever be launching on Vulcan? That's up to Boeing, Ryan. 528. Yep. Okay. 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 So yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. You can't go on 401 anymore, right? What's Timmy saying? What's this? All right. Next news. In a couple of hours, Kari 2030 will launch Nuri for the first time. This will be the second rocket South Korea has launched. Find out everything you need to know about their exciting first launch. Hey. Watching a 401 from 401 was too meta. I mean, that makes sense. Yep, yep. There's no more Atlas launches available, are there? No more available. Yeah, that's correct. Alright, let's get on to the next news. There's 6 planned Starliner launches with Atlas. Isn't there 9 like Project Kuiper missions with Atlas as well? Which is pretty rad. Sorry. Baseball. I'm sorry, guys. This only needs to happen for another like week, and then you'll have my full undivided attention. But it's not every day that your team gets into the championship series. But yeah, Atlas ain't going anywhere. It's gonna be here for a while. Into the 2025 easily. I was about to say into the 2020s because, well, you know the reason. Hey, Gold. You like that? You like it? It's pretty good. UAE and Israel sign an agreement to cooperate on 2 space missions. Israel's lunar lander Beresheet and the Israel-French environmental satellite Venus. Details of a memorandum of understanding being shared now at the Media Briefing Expo in 2020 Dubai. Yeah, neat. Wait, is EJ for the Red Sox or for the Astros? Yep, Panaman, that's right. How's the game yesterday? Fun. They lost, but it was fun. Shot you a full resolution of your streak. Alright, let's see. Give me that full res, man. Give me the full res. Oh, hey, that's some rule of thirds framing right there. Just joined, didn't see it. Nah, it's all good hockey. I'm conflicted because I like the Astros. Because Houston Astros. Houston, we have an astronaut. I like that. That's cool. But they're not my Red Sox. Anyway, I set up for an entirely different shot and really screwed up, but I managed to save a decent shot. Man, that's good. That's good. But don't you love wearing red socks? I wear gray socks, actually. All right, anyway. This, actually, that's right off the press right here. Progress MS-18 is going to... A series of Russian ISS movements begins tonight when MS-17 makes a 24-hour-long relocation to Nauka. Cool. It's okay, the Braves lost too. Yeah, your screw-up was almost as bad as ours. Yeah. Almost. Duck the Fodgers. Yep. 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 Why is it a 24-hour move? Unmanned craft, no rush. They're probably going to do it to minimize propellants, Nova. Yeah, they'll probably do it to minimize the propellants. I'll sign on to say duck the Fodgers as well. Duck them. Quack, quack. FM. What is this? Altuve leaning into the pitch like it's some like he's gonna frickin' you know, like, oh, it's outside. It ain't outside, bro. We're gonna have any more unplanned thruster firings? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so this one's coming from Spaceflight Now. A spacecraft for asteroid deflection experiment ready for fueling. Is this DART? Yep. So the DART spacecraft is ready for fueling. This is a double asteroid redirect that will launch on a Falcon 9. Using a series of maneuvers with a xenon thruster, DART will take aim on Didymos' smaller companion Dimorphos. The spacecraft will strike Dimorphos about 525 feet or 160 meters wide at nearly 15,000 miles an hour, 6.6 kilometers per second. This is going to crash into that asteroid at 15,000 miles an hour close speed. There's not going to be much spacecraft left, but that's also really freaking cool. That's also really freaking cool. Yeah, it'll go. All right. Anyway, let's go on. Let's get on to the next news. What else do we got here? Liftoff of the James Webb Space Telescope on Ariane 5 is set for December 18th. Kate Altuve. December? Yep. Oh, yeah. Saturday morning. Of course it's Saturday morning. Here I am thinking I'm going to luck out on... Oh, it's on Thursday. That's going to be great. Nope. 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 Okay, if you guys haven't seen the video that we watched from yesterday's Space News about James Webb, go do it. It's actually really cool. You'll get pretty fired up. Did you just grunt to that kid? Yeah, I did. It was a pretty good pitch, dude. It was a pretty good curveball. Don't worry, it'll scrub till Sunday. And scared? 300 single points of failure? I'm not worried. Link for the video. Yep. You don't want to miss that $10 billion firework. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Sale's nasty. He's doing all right. Of course, Tessa. Of course that's what's... I mean, it's on Saturday and it's James Webb. Of course it's going to scrub. Of course it's going to scrub on the first try. And then it's going to go to Sunday. And then then it's going to scrub on Sunday. It's going to go to Monday. And then it'll launch on Monday. Calling it now. We're 2 months out. Calling that right now. November 2nd has a James Webb media briefing at 11, followed by the pre-launch on December 15th. Yep. It can't be a Sunday. Tuesday launches are just fine. And then it'll delay to the 25th. Oh, if it delays to the 25th, yep, that should explain it. That should explain what I think is going to happen. All right, so let's get on to the next thing. At least it's consistent. All right. Next bit of news here. So, NASA launch director Omar Baez confirms that the previously flown Falcon 9 booster on IXP will target a drone ship landing. The IXP launch December 9th will be followed by the CRS-24 mission, also from 39A, on December 21st. The IXPE is 292 kilograms. Stop making me yawn, chat. It's 292 kilograms, by the way. It shows how hard an inclination changes since it's going to be 0 degrees inclined. Yep. I just hope it gets to orbit safety. James Webb has your spidey senses tingling. I know, dude. A lot is riding on that launch. I hope so, man. They better. You hear Blood Fam? Let me put it to you like this: they better freaking get that thing into orbit. You better get that into orbit. Europe, I'm looking at you. You better get that sucker into orbit. Phil, refresh us what IXPE is. There's an H-2A launch this Sunday at 10 p.m., but that can wait for Tuesday's space news. If they streamed it, I'm... Yes. All right. Attaboy, Doogie. Doogie just got a base hit. It's a NASA SMEX mission for cosmic rays. Got it. It was, Panda Man. Dude. Oh, super close, man. Bounced into that corner. Those corners are tricky, man. They're tricky. Tricky. Now, what it's really going to do is scrub the sad. Yeah, okay. Great idea. Why doesn't Falcon 9 gimbal the other 8 engines inside, creating an aerospike effect? It just happens naturally. No need to gimbal, Swishio. Oh, yeah. It happens naturally. Yeah. You got to launch on your birthday? Nice, nice. It's Ariane 5, not Vega. It'll be fine. Laughs in VA 239. Cool. All right, what do we got? NASA RFI for American crew transportation to the space station. NASA released an RFI from American industry capable of providing safe, reliable, and cost-effective human space transportation services to and from the ISS to ensure a continuous human presence aboard the microgravity laboratory. Wait, what the hell? NASA is considering the acquisition of commercial crew space transportation services from one or more U.S. providers through commercial service contracts as the agency works to extend the life of the space station beyond 2024. This would allow for a seamless transition to a commercially operated low Earth orbit destination and allow NASA to continue its vital scientific research to prepare for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit to benefit life on Earth. I doubt that, Tessa. Was this posted yesterday? No, this was posted today. NASA has a need for additional crew rotation flights to the space station beyond the 12 missions the agency has awarded Boeing and SpaceX under the current contract, says Phil McAllister, Director of Commercial Spaceflight at NASA headquarters. Commercial crew transportation services are going to be needed in the foreseeable future, and we want to maintain competition and provide assured access to space on human launch systems and continue to enable a low Earth orbit economy. With the continued advancement on U.S. human spaceflight, NASA is soliciting information on the availability of existing agency-certified crew systems and established timelines on the availability of future systems capable of accomplishing certification no later than 2027. This reads that they're confident that they can get an ISX. Yeah. Oh, sorry. EJ is buffering. EJ keeps buffering. Blue Origin and SNC might bid for this. Novus, I agree with you. This reads that they're confident they can get an ISS extension from Rule 8. I'm pretty sure the Rule 8 people are going to agree with that. I'm not sure how confident I am in keeping the ISS on the books till 2030. I ain't worried about our segments. I think our segments will be fine. The Russian segments are getting old, and the Russians have said that those segments are... You're increasing your chances of failure, like every year further you go. That's what they've been saying. So, did Das reply to your message earlier? He was in here, Novacon. I was talking to him in chat. Will Boeing bid again? I don't know. Maybe. Nelson has been aiming for that extension. Yeah, it's definitely a priority for him. But, I mean, Novus, what's that going to do to the CLEOD program? Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations program. I mean, maybe we can, you know, if the Russians don't want to work that far on the ISS, that far into the ISS, maybe we can, maybe we could put some Axiom modules on there for a new service propulsion system for the station, maybe. Who knows? Our infield is ridiculous. Was going to talk poop about Bregman. Then I was like, wait, we have Correa, Altuve, and Gurriel. Blood family, the Astros are not bad. You tried to tell me the other day that the Astros have no pitching. No. No, I'm pretty sure that that's the opposite. Bro, come on, you sat here saying we have no pitching. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? The Astros last night would like a word with you. It gives them a longer runway to work out the kinks in the design. It helps to avoid a gap in capability. Yeah, for sure. The Houston cheaters? Bobby, what exactly did they cheat at? Please, let me know. All our pitchers are injured. Verlander, okay. I was depressed at 2 grand slams. I was gonna say, man, you got great pitching. You held the Red Sox to like 3 hits. The Red Sox, like 3 hits last night. I saw the whole game, watched everything. I didn't really want to watch that 9th inning, but I did. Brumo's like, you want to leave? I'm like, no. I gotta watch the whole game. No, the ump held the Red Sox cap. Oh, shoot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ordon, 22-month resub. So that's interesting that there's another RFI. But yeah, no, I think that's cool. If they're going to bring, you know, more human spacecraft into the fold, I mean, SNC would be stupid, or Sierra Space would be stupid to not bid on this. Forge, was that you that was saying, where did you get, like, what, Blue Origin and SNC might bid for this. Where are you getting that from? Do you know Bill Nelson's real name? Clarence. Don't even start. Game 2. Game 2. Dude, the umpire, the umpires have been hit or miss. Get it? Both teams are getting dogged. The Red Sox got dogged pretty hard last night, though. But, you know, that doesn't make up for the fact that we scored 2 runs in 9 innings. Phil, what's this? Other Phil. What do you got for me here? Sign stealing. To be honest, I don't follow baseball nor I care. Most teams look for any advantage in every sport, just wanted to troll. See, the Red Sox and the Astros have a little bit of a kinship there because a lot of the staff that they said was cheating ended up on the Red Sox. So, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean stealing signs? That's part of the game. We got dogged by a cheat. I don't know what you're talking about, Bobby. I think the Astros are doing just fine. I think the Astros are doing just fine. SNC wants to get into crew flight, and Blue is always bantering. Yeah, okay, all right. I'm very much, Swishy, you're saying I'm very much pro Starliner. What's that? But if there are only 6 missions planned, Atlas 5 bookings, it was a huge waste of money and time. And if we're not going to make another ISS, we're going to decommission the current ISS, there will be no market for Starliner. A decade of designing and billions sunk into that capsule for 6 missions is not okay. Switch, I understand what you're saying, but so yeah, for 6 missions, it's a pain in the butt. But you got to remember all the stuff that goes into 6 missions. It's not like they're going to launch 6 missions in 6 days. 6 missions is like launching 1 to 2 times a year over the course of a couple of years until 2024. That's what these contracts are for. Now, don't get me wrong, Starliner is a wee bit behind. But like I said, spacecraft have teething problems, but Dragon is for 6 missions. So what? So you got to think about it like this. NASA's trying to jumpstart the low Earth orbit economy by paying people to make spacecraft. Because you're right, there's no market for that. There's no market for sending tourists into space. There's no market for doing that. Inspiration 4 notwithstanding, right? But you see what I'm talking about? There's no market. So like, what are we doing here? So okay, well, if there's no market and they're only contracting for 6 missions, it's a waste of time. So just don't do it. Like, that doesn't sound right. Heard the Sox were deflating baseballs. Maybe. The second FAA public hearing for the SpaceX pad permit has just started. Let's see. Is there a stream for that public hearing? For the safety briefing? Do we have a live stream for that? I just want more launches. Yeah, but this stuff doesn't happen overnight, Swishio. You gotta be patient, buddy. There's rumor that it will take there's rumor and take it with a big grain of salt. NASA HQ fears that SpaceX will start to abuse their position and start to demand more money from NASA for assured timeline. Like, hey, we have a commercial Dragon mission in the same timeline as your crew rotation, so pay us more to get priority. I know it's a wild, wild rumor. It's a rumor, but this is what I mean about. That's what I mean about. Look, I love SpaceX. I love them. I do not want them being the only one that can get U.S. astronauts into space. I do not want that. NASA has to follow through with Starliner. I don't care if it launches one person into space. You have to have redundant, dissimilar capability from a safety standpoint, and more importantly, from an antitrust standpoint. This was the other reason why I want Orion to work as well. You have redundant, dissimilar architecture in the commercial market for low Earth orbit destinations, and NASA retains their own independent capability on top of that. That is the best type of redundancy to secure a long-term sustainable space flight, actually. Yes, it also is one of the most expensive, funding a bunch of different spacecraft, but this is the right way to do it. If I was Boeing, I'd take the profit from selling 6 SLSs, then eat
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Then eat the loss from not selling any. Okay, that's strange. Hey, Electron, 62-month resub. Reaper, what is this? Is that the, oh, it's on Zoom? Ew. I was just wondering, when will all the structures around SLS be removed? Soon? I don't have a date. From Steve Stitch's reply when he was asked when NASA will send a 3rd astronaut to train for CFT, he said, I can't say that Starliner carrying crew is really looking... I can't say that Starliner crew is really looking into Q3 or Q4 2022. He literally said, oh, we ain't thinking about that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not... Okay, Reaper. There's someone restreaming it. Who's restreaming it?
Proposing to operate its Starship Super Heavy...
I don't want to restream somebody else's stuff. After they finish with closeouts and testing of the integration of everything. Yeah, it could be tomorrow. It could be a couple of days, Novus. Mm-hmm. Wonder how that guy got in to the public here. Anyway. The second FAA public hearing on the draft environmental assessment of SpaceX's Starship in Texas has begun. Once again, 3-minute time limit for people's comments, which the FAA emphasizes will be strictly enforced this evening due to a number of expected speakers. This hearing will be a guaranteed mess. Jen, why did you link RGV? Is RGV restreaming it? Lean towards a couple of days. It takes a bit for processes and closeout and testing. Novus, I'm saying by the end of the week. Just found it is if see, like, I don't want to restream somebody else's stuff because that means somebody went through the effort to go and get connected in on the call. You know, maybe let's see if NSF has it open. Nope. Hello, EJ. I saw your Leaf in the Wind visit up into New Hampshire. Nice. What happened there, Blood Fam? I missed it. Maybe here. Maybe it's like being streamed on the FAA. Hey, Kyle, what's going on? Don't bother listening to it. Literally no info and just worthless speeches. I want to hear what people have to say. That would be super useful. Got Ottavino in the bullpen. What is that? Blood Fam's talking about baseball. I don't know if you watch baseball at all. It's not really too popular with the Twitch crowd. I got the ball game on right now, but we are talking about space news. What I'm trying to do right now is find the FAA's meeting with SpaceX about the draft programmatic assessment. Bye, Correa. Adios, amigo. We can read it on tomorrow's Space News. It's a meeting, Forlorn. But did chat say that it was on a Zoom call? This is the Zoom link. I don't want to like go in there by accident and start talking. No, I got it. I know absolutely nothing about baseball. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not expecting everybody here to. I bet there's some folks live tweeting it. Eric Berger actually did a really good job here. Last time when he was tweeting out about it. No, Switchy, I don't want to come in and like have my mic not muted or something. Anyway, let's check this thread out here. Garrett Reisman said something in here. Here we go. Will the 12 flights from SpaceX and Boeing cover until then, or is there potential for the contracts to be extended? At 2 flights per year, they'll need to buy more from SpaceX. Not sure if the current contract allows Boeing to transition to Vulcan. There's currently no NASA funding committed to human rating Vulcan. Neither Boeing nor ULA have offered to pay for it themselves as of yet. The procurement should be interested. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh dear. Yeah, that's not ideal. Okay, yeah, if it's not on Zoom, I know there are people that are restreaming it, but I don't want to... Yeah, that's right, Pibara. Yep. You know what? I might just bring it up. Let's just pretend that we're on the Zoom call, okay?
Fill material in waters of the United States. SpaceX has applied to the Army Corps of Engineers for a modification to its Clean Water Act Section 404 permit for impacts of the proposal on waters of the United States, including wetlands. The Texas Historical Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department,
right, Exil, you see that?
Texas General Land Office, Texas Department of Transportation, and the U.S. Navy are participating agencies on the project.
Just call you Ka? Gotcha.
This slide
I won't know until you tell me, right?
environmental impact categories that are analyzed in detail in the draft PEA. The following slides present a high-level summary of the potential impacts for many of the impact categories. Please refer to the draft PEA for a full discussion of potential environmental consequences, as well as proposed mitigation measures to avoid, minimize, or mitigate the potential impacts.
Reap, that's... No, I don't want to do that.
The proposed construction and operations would emit air pollutants. Most of the emissions would occur from SpaceX's proposed power plant and natural gas pretreatment and liquefaction. As discussed in the draft PEA, emissions are not expected to result in an exceedance of the national ambient air quality standards. CO emissions may exceed general conformity rule thresholds. However, the proposed power plant would be subject to TCEQ air permitting requirements, and SpaceX would comply with the permit and any associated mitigations.
Reaper, I'm good.
Noise from individual launches, including landing, and static fire engine tests is expected to be heard by people in the surrounding communities, including Brownsville, Laguna Vista, Port Isabel, South Padre Island, and across the border into parts of Mexico. Cumulative noise in the surrounding communities, whether from multiple events of a single operation type or from all of the individual events combined, is estimated to be below levels associated with adverse noise exposure. For sonic booms, predicted overpressure levels for a Starship landing range from 1.2 to 2.2 pounds per square foot, or PSF, and for a super heavy landing range from 2.5 to 15 PSF.
Ooh, Jax, that's
this figure shows modeled sonic boom overpressures for a super heavy landing at the launch site. As I mentioned, the predicted overpressure levels range from 2.5 to 15 PSF. The 11 to 15 PSF levels would be concentrated around the launch site. Levels would be reduced to 4 to 6 PSF at South Padre Island. Visual effects include nighttime light emissions, particularly when the launch vehicle is on the launch pad at night. The effects also include the visual presence of launch-related infrastructure, including the integration towers and crane, as well as the launch vehicle themselves. SpaceX would need to implement a number of measures to minimize visual effects.
The proposed action has the potential to adversely affect historic properties. Potential effects could result from visual or auditory effects or from ground vibrations. The FAA has made a finding of adverse effect for historic properties and is currently conducting National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 consultation with a State Historic Preservation Officer, or SHPO, and other consulting parties. As part of this consultation process, the FAA, in consultation with the SHPO and consulting parties, will be amending the current Section 106 programmatic agreement. All adverse effects to historic properties will be mitigated through the Section 106 consultation process, including development of a memorandum of agreement.
Well, this is public resource.
The proposed action would not result in a permanent
I would love to listen to the game right now, but
property.
You know,
SpaceX's proposed
I can't do
launch
that
activities
because
would have temporary, intermittent impacts on the access and availability
somebody would
of some
think that if I, show it like 5 minutes of it, or even 30
Section
seconds or
4F
5 seconds of it,
properties
thinks
would
they're entitled to my
experience
entire
sound
wealth
levels
for this
during
stream,
launch
because that's how
There is
that works,
also the
right?
potential for impacts caused by launch anomalies.
Can't do that.
Some of these impacts will be mitigated via consultation with the officials that have jurisdiction over the 4F properties. The FAA has made a preliminary determination that the proposed action would not result in more than a minimum
I paid good money
use
yesterday to not
of
listen
any
to Joe
4F
Buck.
property and would not result in a constructive use. SpaceX's proposed construction would result in the filling of approximately 26 acres of floodplain and 17 acres of wetlands. Impacts to waters of the U.S., including wetlands, will be mitigated through SpaceX's Clean Water Act Section 404 permitting process.
Guys, it is
The FAA has determined the proposed action would adversely affect species listed under and critical habitat designated.
It is very rare that I would be like, nah, I don't feel like examining this. Let's, I'm really only interested in hearing what people have to say. So, yeah, I'll keep that open, and then tell me when it's the time for people to talk. I'm interested in the feedback. You know, I'm interested in the feedback that they have. All right, discussed that. Discussed that. I don't get why you're doing the presentation again. It's round 2. Why does Joe Buck even have a job? Because of his dad? That was live, Killer Alpine. Yeah, it was live. But I'll take the summary on this one. Yeah. Yeah, it is required by law to have multiple hearings and have public discourse and allow people to comment. I want to listen to the people that comment. You know? This was said during the first hearing, and it just takes time away from public comment. Ugh. Here, let's check out this other bit of space news. Blue Origin is considering entering a cooperative agreement with U.S. Transcom, U.S. Transportation Command, to study the use of rockets to deliver military cargo around the world. SpaceX was the first rocket company to sign such an agreement. What is this a render of? Kyle, last time, if it wasn't for the non-locals, it would have been 50-50. 50% pro and against SpaceX. It's just a general render, nothing specific. Got it. Small issue. Blue Origin would need an orbital class rocket first. You need an orbital class rocket for suborbital point-to-point trajectories, Creation? That's news to me. I saw an article saying that the U.S. Senate is forcing NASA to choose a second company. Did you already talk about that? Ours, isn't it, Evil Rays? Dude, that's a hell of a presumption. So you're talking about the HLS down select, correct? From this. What's that, Forge? Rocket cargo. What is this video? What are we looking at here? Rocket cargo. Disaster relief. Cargo rocket! You could tell it's a cargo rocket because of the way it is. Where's the... What the frick? What? Hey! Look at this. What the hell is happening here? Hey, look at that. It's cute. How you... I don't understand. What? Okay. Yeah, I came here. I got it. I'll check it out in a second. I just want to say... That is not how... Yeah, you got to be careful. This right here is the disaster area. There are people that are, there are people that are stuck inside of this debris, but guys, we got to plant that sign first. We got to let everybody know that this area with the destroyed buildings and the collapsed parking garage is the disaster area. OSHA and, whatnot. How do you get it down? Hopes and dreams? Did that thing just float out the side? Did it just float? Hey, look! And, hey, look, it's on the ground now! We're good! It just floated off the side. I'm sorry, that's hilarious. Yeah, yes, this is the disaster relief stuff. I know it's just an example. I get it, but god damn it, is that funny. Guys, this is the disaster relief stuff. They use the force. Hey, look, it just... Hey, look! Oh, look, it just floats off the side. Use your bulldozer. Oh, man, that's funny. It's actually how the pyramids are built. Ah, yes. Afro. That's awesome. Alright. Let's see. Evil Rays, what are we talking about here? Let me take a look. Senate Appropriations. We think NASA should fund 2 HLS landers, not 1, so we'll increase the program's budget by 8%. Whoa, hey, alright. The committee believed in providing resources for fiscal year 2021 that the resources would support early work for 2 teams. The committee believes in having at least 2 teams providing services using the gateway should be the end goal of the current development program. To that end, the committee provided no less than $1.29 billion. An increase of 100. Oh no. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, an increase of 100 million above the budget request for HLS. Using this funding, NASA is expected to ensure redundancy and competition, including robust support for research, development, testing, and evaluation of no fewer than 2 HLS teams. The committee expects real investments in development rather than additional studies. Within 30 days of the enactment of this act, NASA shall deliver a plan to the committee and post on its website that explains how NASA will comply with this direction, including the resources needed for fiscal year 2023 through 2026 to execute the plan. NASA is expected to request such resources in future year budgets. In order to support the HLS program development, no less than the requested level for the lunar office is provided. Evil Rays, okay. We're a little ways out of the gates, right? So it's easy for me to, it's easy for me to say this in hindsight, but I want to let you know, I literally said this 9 months ago. Actually, it wasn't really 9 months ago. Yeah, it was about 9 months ago, give or take, 8-9 months ago. What do I mean? Oh, this was done on purpose. Oh, yeah, Jim did this on purpose. And what do you mean, Jim? He hasn't been the NASA administrator for a year. Yeah, 9 months ago. No. In the spring of 2020, NASA put in their request for human landing system funding. Right? They put in a request for human landing system funding, and they basically got dogged on it by Congress. They didn't give, they got like maybe, oh, what was it, guys? Like 4% of what they asked for HLS. They got basically pocket change. I believe with all my heart that this was a contingency that would have been anticipated. There was no support for the human landing system at that point. There really wasn't. There was no political support for it. So, Evil Rays, what NASA did was they modified the rules. They changed the rule criteria for the contract. I think it's Appendix H of the Next Step 2 Human Landing System program. I think. What did they change? They said we could choose, we initially we would want to choose 2, but we'll choose 1 if you want, if we have the funding for it, or we'll choose none. If we don't have the sufficient funding, we could choose 0, we could choose 1, or we could choose 2. They also added one more thing, and this one is key. This is a big deal. This is what really set us on the current course. This change to HLS states that you can fund HLS with your own pocket change, and you can adjust your bid accordingly. For instance, if you think it's going to cost $3 billion and you put forward $1 billion of your own money, you can bid $2 billion. That's fine. Remember that. That's important. That stipulation is very, very key. Okay? So, HLS down select happens. They figure out that they're not going to get enough cash. So, SpaceX was watching those changes with pretty much eagle eyes, and they adjusted their bid accordingly. And NASA chose them. Blue Origin and Dynetics both went, excuse me, what the frick? Because they didn't adjust their proposals. Dynetics said, wait, what's going on? We can change the bid? And Blue Origin said, whoa, we can change the bid? When did you add this? And they basically protested to figure out why, wait, was this down select legit? Blue Origin basically are making a big deal out of it, and are still making a big deal out of it, because it seems like they missed the little subtext that says you can fund it with your own money. So what did Blue Origin do? Well, Jeff Bezos knows a lot of people in high places, so they, as predicted, and I think this is what I mean. I think this was a calculated move by Jim on purpose. He knew that if they picked SpaceX, by adding the fact that you could fund your own thing, he wanted to pick SpaceX. You know why he wanted to pick SpaceX? Because if he picked SpaceX and only picked SpaceX, he knows that the big defense contractors, the national team, Blue Origin, they're all going to start lobbying like crazy and get the HLS program the extra funding that it needs. And that is quite literally exactly what happened. Now, don't get me wrong. I have no way to prove that. I have no way to prove it. But if you read NASA's source selection statement and you kind of study the timeline of events, it's pretty reasonable to extrapolate that that's what happened. They should award to Dynetics to punish Jeff Bezos for being so legit. Yeah, hey, Gabe, that's the thing. They might... It's very rare. Well, it's not... Well, I wouldn't say that for sure. Stuff does get changed. There are appendix and modifications to proposals, etc., etc. You know, maybe if they... Oh! He hit JD. Oof. Jim is playing 4D chess. That's right. Yeah, Vasia, that's why I like Jim so much, because he was very... He speaks politics very well, and he could articulate it very well. But yeah, this course was basically set... This course of action from Jim and from the guys that were running NASA at the time, so Jim Morhard and Jim Bridenstine, with Kathy Leaders and Thomas Zurbuchen. Well, not so much Thomas, because this is more human landing side of things. I'm fairly confident they did this on purpose. They picked SpaceX for a very good reason, because they knew everybody would get pissed off. They knew everyone would get mad. They knew everybody would lobby and say, no, they need to support two. And now we have the funding for 2 landers. That's playing political chess. That's James Webb tier. That's James Webb. How James Webb got the Apollo program going was spreading NASA around and putting NASA facilities everywhere on purpose. That's why they build it in Louisiana, and then they test it in Mississippi, and then they launch it in Florida with engines that are made in California, with solid rocket motors that are made in Utah. Like that's what James Webb did. He did this on purpose. He basically levied around a bunch of people to get funding for NASA, if that meant having a NASA factory in your congressional district. You know, that's really smart. That's really smart political maneuvering on Jim's part, and that's why I like Jim so much, because he would do that. He pitted him against them. It's not NASA versus funding. Don't do that. Find a way to have NASA basically say, look, you didn't give us enough cash, morons. Give us more cash and we'll do it. We'll do what you want. And that's what happened. I'm fairly confident that that's what's going on. And the other thing here... The other thing that I'm fairly confident on is that NASA's current administrator, Bill Nelson, this guy, he was in on it. I think that Bill was in on it. You know why I think he was in on it? Look right around... Post-Senate activities. On May 28, 2019, Nelson was appointed to serve on NASA's Advisory Council. Nelson was a member at large of the council, which advises on all major program and policy issues before the agency. His appointment was praised by NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, who stated that Nelson is a true champion for human spaceflight and will add tremendous value as we go to the moon and Mars. Oh, Bill was in on it. Oh, Bill was absolutely in on it. He's probably the guy that thought it up. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It seems like Jim... This seems like Jim's style, less like Bill. Bill has a little bit... He's a little more old school when it comes to implementing stuff like that. But he helped concoct this thing, because Bill's always been a big space guy. He's always been all about that. You know, to be honest, I think he'd hoped Blue would lower their price as well. That was their backup plan. Well, Phil, Blue did lower their price. Jeff Bezos offered to fund a national team $2 billion out of pocket, man. This was such a good 4D chess play that it literally changed the course of NASA. Like, I'm telling you, the HLS down select will be studied in future space policy classes. That was a really smart move. It was really, 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 really well thought out. Because they knew They knew they would. Think about who Jim's boss was. They weren't going to get the funding for that. There's not a chance. They weren't going to get the funding for that. There's no way. Not a chance. So how do you do it? You don't pit yourself against them. You pit a contractor against them. Smart, man. That's really smart. That's seriously some pretty awesome political chess. But once again, I can't prove that for sure. I can't prove it for sure, but NASA's source selection statement definitely shows that something like that went down. It's very deliberate, and the wording in the Appendix N modification to HLS under next step is very explicit. Not very explicit. It's very specific. They don't swear. It's very specific. It's very specifically worded like that for a reason. Yeah, but they did it late, and Jeff did that beforehand. If Jeff did that beforehand, we would have 2 landers and no lawsuits. I think Blue Origin didn't see it. Honestly, I didn't think they saw the changes. Either that or they weren't told about it. But we also learned from the Office of Investigator General that NASA doesn't need to tell contractors when they're changing their contracts. They don't need to say anything. They can just do it. And it's totally legal. And that was Blue Origin actually protested that. They said, hey, you can't change the contract without telling us. And NASA's like, yeah, of course we can. We're NASA. Idiot. They didn't say the idiot part, but... But is it enough to get a second lander? Additional $100 million for this fiscal year? That's an 8% increase? Yeah, that's enough. Should be. HLS is funded at 1.3 billion. If it's 1.3 billion per year, yeah, sure, why not? They might swear. I wish you could have an interview with Jim. Even if I could have an interview with Jim, he wouldn't say this. Even if I asked him, like, did you do this on purpose? He'd be like, I don't know. That's not the kind of stuff you kind of float out in the open, that you manipulated people like that. But once again, it's just a theory. Is what NASA put out a contract or an RPF? It's a it was an RFP for HLS. It was one of the bids for HLS. It was not a contract. Blue Origin initially protested the wording of the contract and that NASA changed it, and now they're protesting the contract itself, and they're taking NASA to court of federal claims, so that's going to be fun. I think that Jim I think that he did it on purpose. That's a big difference. The contract is binding and the RFP is not. If I remember correctly, the HLS budget will increase by 1/2 every fiscal year. Something like that. Yeah, Disciple, I just saw it. Get off the plate, fool. By the way, did you talk about NASA wanting a new crew transport to low Earth orbit by 2027? Yeah, Kai, I did talk about it right before you popped in. But yeah, once again, that's Evil Rays. That's what I think is going on. That is very much conjecture on my part, I'm guessing. But it does make sense. Why would you do that? You know, I think NASA's hand got forced. We need funding. You know, Congress says choose 2. NASA says, okay, we'll choose 2. We need this much money for 2. We need $2 billion to choose 2 landers. And Congress goes, here's $200 million. And NASA goes, all right, fine. Okay, hey, we only have $200 million. We can only really choose 1 lander, and if you want to fund it with your own money, you can. They changed the appendix to HLS under next step, right? They change it, and then they award the contract to SpaceX, and everybody else gets pissed off because their bids were too expensive. And NASA says, well, we couldn't afford it. And Congress goes, what do you mean you couldn't afford it? You picked the wrong contractor. NASA says we could still pick 2 if you want. Yeah, you should pick 2. Yeah, okay. I agree. Should have just done that in the first place. Yeah, we should have done that in the first place. NASA, don't be stupid like that. Yeah, I know. We were being really dumb there, Rule 8 people, weren't we? This is why you should make us give the money we asked for when we asked for it in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Watching a stupid freaking game. You're American, but your shirt spells socks wrong. It's a proper noun, Swishio. When is the next Flight Sim stream? I don't know. It's a bad play by Schwarber. Bad play by Schwarber. What are you doing, man? You gotta wake up, dudes. We're gonna lose. We're not pulling your head out of your tail. That's why I put a cap at the end. Oh, yeah, okay. I made a Mars thing in Blender. Let me see. Oh, nice. I'm gonna see if there's any updates on that draft. All right, let's look at it through Mike Sheets here. All right. Hey, all right, I'll take that. All right, the second FAA public hearing is up. All right, once again, the FAA is running through its presentation again. If you want to see the key slides, here's the thread from Monday's hearing. I'm not sure why the FAA is giving this 30-minute presentation again, given that we heard it and saw it during the first hearing. There are more than 100 commenters in the queue, and in the first hearing, we got through less than 60. Oh, dear. Yeah. Bureaucrats, man, what do you want? All right, here, let's we should have some stuff here from NSF about freeburner testing, aft segment. All right, let's go here. Let's check out an NSF video. Not good. "100% paid Blue Origin actors stated on SpaceX Master Rate." Oh, gee, they're just kidding. Here's the QD. They're working on installing the other methane tanks here. They rolled 2 more of these big friggin' tanks out to the pad. Practice the chopstick skill to catch the noodles. Wait, hold on, that's a quick disconnect. Why does it need to disconnect quick? It's a fueling umbilical for Starship, Pythos. So, Pythos, the quick disconnect arm is kind of a little bit of a misnomer there. The quick disconnect has two things on it, dude. Here, take a look. All right. So, it's missing a piece. The parts of the quick disconnect that are on are the vehicle stabilization system. See these two things right here? That's a VSS. Now, what does a VSS do? Long story short, that holds the first stage, in this case, super heavy. That holds it in place so they can stack Starship on top of it. The quick disconnect part of the quick disconnect has not been installed yet. There's going to be an umbilical on top of this thing. And that umbilical is going to attach to the side of Starship, which should be like right here. So, quick disconnect is kind of, like I said, kind of a little bit of a misnomer. It's the quick disconnect from Starship and the fueling umbilical is going to go on top here, right? And then the quick disconnect also has the vehicle stabilization system, or VSS for short. That's what this thing is. These things are basically two shock absorbers right there. They're two shock absorbers right there that kind of, once again, dampen out any wind movements or anything from super heavy. Let's go back over here. You're a shock absorber. You're an absorber shock. Got him. How's Brazier? It's alright. Sometimes he does really good, Blood Fam, sometimes he doesn't. Freaking Alvarez, man. You're a Gazorp field. The stresses that this tower will experience in the future are insane. Great engineering. Have they ever said where those stairs are going? I haven't heard anything about that one, Game Coder. What is going on with the crowd noise that keeps cutting out? They're swearing. Yeah, most likely. I was thinking the other day about Hubble. Would a good equivalent to how they fix the mirror on it would be a thing like putting the weight and balance on the truck to the front left instead of replacing the tire that fell off. Yeah, the crowd was very candid in their reactions to certain things, especially after the 9th inning yesterday. They moved one of the stair segments to the new high bay. Don't know if they're for the new one. Yeah, maybe. Pythos, I'm not sure what you're trying to, like, replacing the Hubble's mirror. Like, what they didn't replace it. They basically did the equivalent of putting reading glasses on it. Well, not reading glasses. The opposite of reading glasses. Hubble was nearsighted. A few days ago, Starbase had some new different prompt tanks delivered. Is there a problem with the current GSC tanks? Negative. You think so, Chumley? There's some Raptor gimbals. Just lying around on some pallets, whatever. Those things are made out of beef, Bray. That's some beef right there. Beef. It's what's for dinner. I mean, think about how much compression load that thing needs to take, man. It's a freaking work of art. Look at it. Oh, it's so pretty. You can tell that gimbal was issued Raptor serial number 37. because of the way it is. That may have been flown hardware. Thomas, do we know if 37 flew on any of the prototypes? Shit. Excuse my language. The freaking Astros scored again. Sorry, guys. I'm going to time myself out. I'm going to time myself out for 10 seconds. Okay, we're good. That was totally impulsive. I was like, ah, shoot. Your Boston Sports is showing. Wait, what happened? Did something happen? Nah, just Astros fans being pieces of crap in my chat, Blood fans. So, you know, par for the course, douchebags. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Gotta change it up. Old tradition. Cursing off stream? No. Change my shirt, man. You gotta change it up. It's good luck. Trust me. Old Boston sports tradition. It's an old one because, you know, we haven't had to deal with a situation like this in the past. Yeah, Bloodfim is wrong. It's fine. Go 1 minute behind. Cranes. How'd that work with changing up the quarterback position in new... Wow. Man, you really are a douchebag. Holy crap. Fords are out in front. Oh, okay. It's just that they're just playing through the channels. That's the last cryo tank that they put out there right now. I found something that'll spin the tires well on the truck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Concrete, happy Wednesday. Yeah, there's the last one. That's last of 8, I think.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Joseph, 14-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, okay, they're moving the GSE tank. The public comments have started. Ooh, good. Let's see what we got here.
SpaceX is frankly just another example of environmental racism, of a big, massive billion-dollar company coming into a impoverished community, primarily people of color, indigenous people, displacing locals. And, because of, SpaceX is practically proven to be a bad neighbor. That tower that they were building that wasn't even authorized by the FAA, the debris that's been blowing up into our communities, into wildlife refuges is absolutely deplorable. And in fact, just goes to show that the size and scale of SpaceX should not be allowed to grow. The beach closures have already exceeded 1,200 hours a year. Boca Chica Beach was never for sale, and it's absolutely deplorable that the beach has been closed as often as it has. And because of this, I'm asking that the FAA deny the permits for SpaceX. At minimum, there should be real Spanish outreach. There should be a comprehensive environmental impact statement, which should lead you to the
30
same
seconds.
point, which is that SpaceX is a bad neighbor and should not be granted any permits to increase the size of their facility, which would include gas plants, drilling for gas, continuing to sever a wildlife corridor, continuing to be absolutely destructive to the lower Rio Grande Valley Wildlife Refuge. And I'm absolutely disgusted with our local officials who have just been taking Elon Musk's money and not speaking up for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker this evening is Jean Gore, who I'm not seeing on the Zoom. Jean, if you're on, please raise your hand. The next 5 speakers are Sharon McGuire, Alan Guggenheim.
If you're just joining us, take a
Abide.
moment, leave that like, subscribe.
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing it through another stream. Hold on, we can switch streams.
I know this is an emotional topic for other people. I just pray that in trying to gather these comments, we just express ourselves without hurling insults towards each other. As I mentioned before, that what is happening with SpaceX at Boca Chica is nothing which has never been done before. So we should just try to give SpaceX the chance. And in terms of the environmental concerns, I already see that SpaceX, for example, is offering 100 million for research into carbon capture. I still feel that it can also look towards into researching on how to reduce sound levels, like the Helmholtz resonators research, which has been done in Europe, which can reduce sound levels by 20 decibels, or trying to invest in tuned dampers to reduce the vibration frequency of the rocket. Anything that would try to make it easier for the environment. But at the same time, I advocate for them getting this permit. Research, groundbreaking research should not be stalled because there are issues which needs to be addressed. Still, the issues can be addressed, but they must not be delayed into reaching their goal. This will help even future generations to come. We might not be the ones who will be able to go to Mars or to the moon, but our children, our future generations should appreciate what we paid for them, and we should not try to stifle development. That was my submission. Thank you.
Gary, do you think we can reach the moon by 2025? It's possible. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. It really depends on how kind of stuff goes down in the Rule 8 department, dude. Rule 8 is my kind of code word for politicians. It depends on really what happens over there, particularly with Blue Origin's Court of Federal Claims lawsuit towards NASA regarding HLS down select. With that being said, SpaceX might do it on their own. Who knows? But, you know, we're listening to the FAA draft programmatic environmental assessment, or DPEA for short. Right now, you never know, something might come along and throw a damper in SpaceX's plans too. So let's listen. And fellas, there's one more thing that I kind of wanted to say. Look, this is an FAA meeting. There's going to be dissenting opinion. But remember, you want to take this seriously. If this programmatic assessment is good, you shouldn't just ram stuff through, right? Just because it's SpaceX, okay? Look, there's going to be things. There's going to be things, right, that you guys, that we hear here that we do not agree with, right? You know, there's going to be, there's going to be people saying stuff that's going to piss you off, right? But once again, you got to hear both sides of the argument. This is the court of public opinion. It has to be this way. If SpaceX's ideas are truly good, which I do think that they are, for what it's worth, but if they're truly good, then these people, all the concerns that are being addressed by the naysayers should be able to be fixed. Simple as that. So don't get all bent out of shape when you have somebody here with a dissenting opinion. I know people are going to throw around buzzwords, etc., but try to keep it at least civil when we have dissenting opinions here. If we can't take that kind of criticism from people, you're good. Like, this is nothing compared to the challenges that SpaceX faces, even if they were permitted to do something like this. So, let's make sure that we're being classy about this as spaceflight, each one of us here being spaceflight fans and kind of ambassadors for the spaceflight brand, I guess. I hate talking about it like that, but you know what I mean. So, with that being said, let's jump back in, Yes, but if you say environmental race, whatever, Swishy, hey, look, if just because they go throwing around names and throwing around ad hominem attacks, etc., just because they do that doesn't mean that we have to as well. If they got nothing but saying a bunch of, words stringed together, if they got nothing but rhetoric, basically, then, we should have no problems here. Am I right?
A registrant by the name of Common Sense, Geronimo Reyes, and Joshua Montgomery.
I don't know.
You would please raise your hand so I can identify you. Common Sense, I see your hand is raised. I will ask you to unmute.
Let's see.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your full name for the record.
All right, I'm speaking on behalf of the Common Sense Skeptic community. Our channel has released several videos with regards to past agreements made between Musk, the FAA, and the state of Texas. So today we'll speak to Musk's future plans for SpaceX, the declared plans that are not contained in this PEA. Here's what we know from Musk's news releases. Musk intends to use Boca Chica as his starbase of operations. Musk intends to colonize Mars using Starship, a ship incapable of bringing to orbit everything it requires for an interplanetary mission. Excuse me. Musk states every Starship will require 10 to 14 tanker launches to refill them, call it 12 apiece. Musk intends to launch 3 crewed vessels per day to queue in orbit while tankers refill them. So this paradigm requires 39 total launches every day. If Musk honors Texas state law and operates between 7 and 7, that's 1 launch every 19 minutes, or 3 launches per hour. The progressions of events would require landing 39 boosters and 36 tanker versions of Starship for a total of 75 landing events every day. If Musk honors state law, that's 7 landings per hour. Re-landing rockets was never addressed in the 2014 EIS. Every single event carries the inherent risk of explosion that accompanies rocket launches. Using Musk's declaration, you're looking at a non-stop rate of 10 events per hour, meaning that Highway 4 would be permanently closed to public use. This is not what SpaceX was granted permission for. They were granted 1 launch per month, 7 to 7, weekdays with advance notice, not on weekdays or holidays. The rocket they're going to launch was supposed to be the much smaller Falcon system. Musk did not launch what he promised they would launch. They were given permission to build a launch complex similar to what SpaceX uses at Vandenberg, but Musk did not build what they promised they would build. So what the FAA, the EPA, and every other interested party needs to look at is not this document. As destructive as this one is, you must look down the road to what the next step will look like. The one after that, the one after that, until Musk, in his declared quest to become the emperor of Mars, is launching 40 ships a day from this site with 80 landings every day of the year. The FAA told Musk what he was allowed to build at Boca Chica. He ignored you and did what he wanted. State of Texas told him to operate 7 to 7 on weekdays. He ignores them and does what he wants. County told Musk he had permission to block Highway 4 for a max of 300 hours per year. He ignores them and does what he wants. Presently, the FAA told Musk to stop building an unapproved launch tower. He ignores you and does what he wants. This will be your last chance to reel Musk in and hold him to account. If you
30 seconds.
Thank you. If you allow him to double the launch pad, destroy more protected park space, build a pipeline to fuel a natural gas power plant meant for 100,000 homes in the middle of Boca Chica State Park, you will have destroyed a natural paradise for no other reason than to pander to a billionaire who has abused and ignored every single agreement he's ever made in Boca Chica. And the residents of that area, whether animal or human, deserve better than that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm not seeing David Larson, Adam Chance, or Geronimo Reyes on the line this evening. So our next speaker is Joshua Montgomery. I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Montgomery, and I run a company called Wicked Broadband. We're a competitor to SpaceX for rural broadband, and Starlink is going to probably adversely impact my rural business. Other competitors in this space have clearly been doing outreach to local residents down in Boca Chica. And while the opposition to the project has made some impactful points, the reality is that this is a not in my backyard situation. SpaceX's operations need to be on an eastern coast and as near to the equator as possible. There are a limited number of sites available, and SpaceX chose this site based on location and not on its proximity to low-income communities or to communities that have historically experienced racial discrimination. It's the location to the east and near the equator that makes this location ideal for this facility. No matter where this facility is built, it's going to have some impact on the environment. SpaceX has committed to mitigate the impact, and if I understand their statements on the matter correctly, have agreed to provide additional financial resources for mitigation in other areas. Historically, space launch facilities like the one at Cape Canaveral in Florida have been extremely good for local wildlife. The Space Coast is a refuge for large populations, and I expect the impacts in Texas will be similar. I think that the FAA has a responsibility to our country to make facilities available for space launch that are appropriately located and with companies that are responsible. I think that this location is ideal for SpaceX's operation, and I think that facilities are important. And despite the fact that this is going to impact my personal bottom line, I would like to see the FAA move forward with the environmental studies as they've been provided.
That's what I mean about listening,
SpaceX
guys.
To continue to launch from their Boca Chica facility. And I'll turn over the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
It's important to listen to this stuff, dude.
Our next 5 speakers are Nate Argroves, Shahul Hamid, Christina Jankowska, Darius Trunta, and Michelle Murray.
No, guys, he was trying to make
Nate,
a point
I
that
see
even though
you
SpaceX
on
is
the
going to
Zoom.
affect
I'm gonna
his
ask you to
business,
unmute.
competition is good. And there's only so many places that you can choose to pick a launch site to get into space that's going
Go
to be
ahead,
efficient.
you have 3 minutes.
He was in favor.
Hi, my name is Nate Argroves. I'm representing myself. I'm in the process of becoming a Texas resident. I recently purchased a home in Texas and started a small business to support Starbase, and I would not have done either of those things if it were not for SpaceX, obviously. The economic benefits of the Starship project are numerous. More jobs, more small businesses, an increase in property values, more tourism money, and ultimately more money into education and schools. Many commenters have also touched on some of the environmental aspects, how reusable spaceflight cuts down on waste, how Cape Canaveral already operates near a wildlife preserve that thrives as an endangered species refuge, and even about how SpaceX employees helped save thousands of sea turtles earlier this year during the deep freeze. But I want to talk about some of the more far-reaching environmental impacts of this project. Investment in space technology has always spurred innovation. For every dollar invested in space, $10 is added to the GDP. Space research has given us camera phones, CAT scans, tennis shoes, and memory foam. And environmental research in particular is important to the space industry because in space, everything is resource constrained.
It's more NASA,
Some of the
less
first
SpaceX,
commercial solar
but-
panels ever produced were built for a satellite. If SpaceX can begin to achieve their goal of colonizing Mars, society will be forced to innovate in environmental research more quickly. We can't drill for oil on Mars, so we will have to figure out how to build more efficient solar panels for cheaper.
Bingo.
We can't grow crops in Martian dirt, so we will have to make advancements in sustainable agriculture. And if we ever want to terraform the Martian atmosphere, we will have to solve carbon capture. Breakthroughs in any of these areas can immediately be applied back to efforts on Earth to support climate change mitigation, food production, and decarbonization.
There it is.
Even more importantly, the Mars missions would inspire generations of young scientists, engineers, artists, philosophers, and explorers in every country on Earth. It could be the singular event that unites the entire human race behind the same goal. An argument I keep hearing is, why are we investing in space when we still have problems to fix on Earth? This is well-intentioned, but it's not an either-or scenario. The truth is that we must do both in order to survive. If you are an environmentalist who truly cares about fixing our planet, then supporting space travel is one of the most impactful things you can do. The Starship project underway at Boca Chica could be the most important project in the history of mankind. SpaceX has given America a massive head start in the new space race, and they've given the whole world the hope of becoming a multi-planet species. I implore you to make the right choice and allow SpaceX to continue development of the Boca Chica spaceport unimpeded. I don't mean this lightly when I say that the future of humanity could rest on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm not seeing Shahul, Christina, or Darius on the Zoom this evening. Michelle Murray, I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Michelle Murray, and I speak for myself. I appreciate the opportunity to publicly voice my support for SpaceX to receive a launch license in Boca Chica for the Starship Super Heavy launch program. I've reviewed the draft PEA, and I feel that using the 2014 environmental impact study for the same facility as the basis for the EA was a sound choice. I am a longtime Texas resident. I lived in Port Isabel during the Starship launches last year and have recently bought a house in the area. The SpaceX activities at Boca Chica are the only reason my money and my time is being invested in the local economy. The economic impact from this project cannot be overstated. I have traveled extensively over the last 15 to 20 years, both in the United States and internationally. I can say unequivocally that the natural spaces in the United States are indeed a national treasure. However, I believe it is important to protect the environment in a way that allows us to work with nature cooperatively and still progress forward. I believe SpaceX's plans are in line with that goal. From the air, it is clear that their footprint in the wetlands is very limited, and I have never been to the site without viewing abundant wildlife. After visiting the Cape Canaveral launch facilities, the limited size and scope of Boca Chica is even more astounding. The 500 hours of beach closures requested equates to only a bit over 5% of the hours in a year, which is minor. The noise from the launches or test firings, while impressive, is short-lived, and from South Padre or Port Isabel, it is similar to the regularly heard fireworks in the area. SpaceX has already demonstrated an eagerness to minimize environmental impact through their extensive use of solar panels and batteries for power, and their plan to distill air locally to provide the needed liquid oxygen and nitrogen in a way that will drastically reduce both traffic and vehicle emissions from deliveries. SpaceX's quick action to help save sea turtles during the freeze last year is well documented and a real testament to their fundamental concern for the local community and environment. Working with local, state, and national agencies and SpaceX, I urge the FAA to issue a finding of no significant impact or mitigated significant impact for this environmental assessment and issue SpaceX an updated launch license as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, I've placed the next 5 speakers in the chat: Jim Avera, Michael Riola, Gerald Black, Ed Griffith, and Maria Galasso. Jim, I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
So, guys,
thank you, Jim Avera, last VPs and Victor.
We're listening to the Programmatic Assessment Public Forum.
What SpaceX is attempting to achieve in Boca Chica is really a once-in-a-lifetime step function. America's continued leadership in space and our national security really depends on them being successful in this venture. As a speaker earlier mentioned, delays compounded on delays due to the review process is the big risk here. I am very thankful that the FAA and the other agencies have this process for making sure that there is an appropriate protection of our environment and protecting both the environment and people from undue risk. But here's what I hope the FAA will keep in mind. If SpaceX runs out of money or runs out of motivation or runs out of Elons before they get this done, and if that happens because of avoidable administrative delays, it'll be the mistake of the century. So I hope the FAA will proactively do what it can, both in its own self and to help other agencies it's working with. Proactively look for ways to shorten the process, help SpaceX comply, and help them move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Riola, who I'm not seeing on the Zoom this evening, and then Gerald Black. Gerald, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I urge approval of SpaceX's plan to conduct orbital launches of the Starship from the Boca Chica launch site without further delay. The Starship launches will follow an easterly trajectory that will avoid flying over land. The area near the launch site is sparsely populated. The launch site actually provides a useful human use for the area surrounding the launch site, thus keeping housing and businesses from covering the land the wildlife would be using. As typically happens during launch vehicle development, there may be some mishaps. However, the number of failures will rapidly diminish over time and will pose no significant threat to human life or to wildlife. The small threat to the environment pales in comparison to the gain accrued by development of the Starship. The Starship will provide a super heavy lift launch capability at an affordable price. It will provide a means to send humans back to the moon and onto Mars sooner and at lower cost than any other launch vehicle under development. Our national prestige will benefit by providing a leg up on the Chinese in the race to return to the moon and land humans on Mars. Expansion into space is also critical for the long-term survival of the human species. For all these reasons, SpaceX's plans should be approved without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ed Griffin. Ed, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Ed Griffin?
Yes.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ed Griffith, Griffith. I'm speaking for the New Progressive Alliance. The New Progressive Alliance will address the 3 issues of safety, national security, and environmental impact. 1, safety. SpaceX's almost 20-year record of innovation and reliability, plus the extensive mitigation measures as described in Table S-4 of the Programmatic Environmental Assessment to maximize safety means this is a safe operation. 2, national security. We put humans on the moon over half a century ago. There is no guarantee we will forever maintain that lead. in the face of increasing international competition, SpaceX stands alone in reaching orbit not based upon decades-old designs. We need to move beyond legacy space if we are to remain competitive. SpaceX's activities at Boca Chica are the best chance for the United States to maintain its position as a leader in space. 3. Environmental impact. The New Progressive Alliance agrees with the FAA's S.5 Summary of Environmental Consequences. The New Progressive Alliance opposes the continual expansion of and giving huge subsidies to fossil fuel, not SpaceX operations, which have a negligible impact on the environment. Conclusion.
Interesting.
SpaceX has an almost 20-year record of safety, innovation, and reliability. The New Progressive Alliance urges the FAA to accept SpaceX construction and activities at Boca Chica. End of statement.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maria Galasso. Maria. Okay, I saw Maria on the Zoom, but it appears that she's no longer on. Okay. One moment. Our next 5 speakers are Claudia Hernandez, Ludivia Garcia, Ian Winarski, someone by the registered name of I. Capulet, and Ellen Tima. Claudia, I see you on the Zoom. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
What?
Claudia Hernandez?
Yes, hi.
Hi, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Claudia Hernandez and I represent myself. I am a long-term resident and I want to speak on myself and how this impacts my community.
The vid is
I have
stopped.
not lived here
It's
1
not a
year,
video,
5
dude.
years, or
It's
10
just an
years.
image.
I have lived here my entire life, and it's disheartening how people believe that SpaceX is bringing community enrichment, because it's not. They do not know the community. They don't know our language. And for them to think that money that Elon Musk and SpaceX is bringing will benefit us is mistaken. I do not believe that SpaceX should get the new approval for the launch proposal that they're asking for. They're not considering us. My personal experience having to want to go to the beach and the road is always closed, where they have promised that we will not be affected. I choose to live here. I am educated, but choose to live in this community my entire life because of the beauty that we have here, our environment, our people. Our rents are getting higher here. The housing is getting higher. The people that are being hired by SpaceX are not people from the community. Why? Because not everybody speaks English here. Not everybody has a degree. And the ones that do decide to stay here for the environment, our beaches. I can choose to go any beach, and I'd rather be here in Boca Chica Beach. I believe that if SpaceX continues to get approved a license for the ships, all it does is hurt our environment, our pollution. Our animals can't speak for themselves, but I wish to defend them and their housing. The fact that we could explore in the future is wishful thinking, but my thoughts are from my generation, my people here that choose to live here and choose to protect our land, our community from any more destruction that it already has. As I do believe in building a better community. I do not believe money that SpaceX provides us will help us in the future in that sense. I believe that community will benefit more from the preserving our land, from preventing to be destructed by pollution. I just wish people would see that and respect our land and would think of us. And so the FAA would think of our community first than money.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ludivina Garcia. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Ludivina Garcia, and I am a lifelong resident of the Rio Grande Valley. One of the fondest memories of my early childhood are the times we would go to South Padre Island. This is the mid-1960s. At that time, there were only 3 restaurants on the island, 1 hotel, and a pavilion, where after frolicking in the Gulf waters, we'd go eat our sandwiches. And another of the fondest memories of my youth is the night of July 20th, 1969, when I saw on our black and white vacuum tube television, men walk on the moon.
Hell yeah.
It is beyond my wildest imagination that 52 years later, a company founded by a man not yet born would choose the Rio Grande Valley of Texas to build a gateway to Mars. This has done tremendous positive things already for the Rio Grande Valley. We are on the map worldwide, and what is happening here is being watched by people worldwide. SpaceX is the greatest private sector venture in the Rio Grande Valley in my 8 decades of life here. I asked the FAA to permit them to do this first orbital launch and to take the steps necessary to make us a multi-planet species. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
That lady's old
Our
school
next
Texan.
speaker is Ian Winiarski. Ian, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. So, hello, my name is Ian Winiarski, and today I'd like to discuss the importance of Starship and Super Heavy vehicles to our species as a whole. So to start this off, I'd like to discuss the environmental impacts of Starship. Now, there is a lot of discussion over this. There is some skepticism. However, it is worth noting that as a result of SpaceX, the fuel of Starship being methane, what actually happens is when the carbon dioxide to form this methane is pulled out of the atmosphere, it is sent back in, and then it is effectively reused, making the system carbon neutral. And even if it wasn't a carbon neutral system at all, say if the methane sent into the atmosphere and split into carbon dioxide and hydrogen wasn't recollected, it would still not have any significant effects on the overall carbon emissions of the globe. In fact, if you have dozens of starships launching every Earth-Mars alignment as planned in the future, when we have a sustainable colony on Mars, it won't even be 1% of the net global carbon emissions. In fact, it'll be.
Does anybody else not give a crap what the people have to say that don't live there? I'll be 100% real with you. The guy's coming up with some good points here, etc., but I honestly don't care what he has to say. I'm much more interested in what the locals think about this project because it is their backyard. Like, dude, if you're just going to go on there and just jerk SpaceX's chain, I don't really... Like, is that bad? Like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm much more interested in what the locals have to say, dissenting opinion or not.
Infinite survival of our species.
Okay, cool.
We must colonize other worlds.
Sure
and since Mars is the primary target in our solar system and the only reachable world in the near term, it is imperative that we colonize Mars to ensure the survival of our species for all time.
Look, man, okay. If I lived down there and SpaceX is doing this in my backyard, I would love every second of it. But I absolutely 154% can see how someone would hate this. Hate it. Like, I get that, dude. And that's why I'm sitting here listening to dissenting opinion. I want to hear what these people have to say. Because, dude, you know good and well that, it's rockets, and rockets cool. What if it was a gas well or something? Just a gas company or another oil company? People would be friggin' pissed. So, that's, once again, it's important to listen to this stuff.
Deploying of thermonuclear weapons
30
upon
seconds.
them. The atmosphere will be thick enough to sustain liquid water and eventually for humans to walk about without wearing anything more than an oxygen mask. Thank you.
Right, Caveman?
Thank you for your comments. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, those that are with us this evening and pre-registered, if you join the Zoom under a different name, I'm not going to be able to identify you. So I do need you to send me a chat message if you have joined under a different name than you pre-registered.
That guy coming in there and trying to science the crap out of everybody is, I do believe that actually hinders SpaceX. Because it's just another person that's just jerking their chain, dude. I think that is detrimental, believe it or not. It is detrimental. All that's going to do, if you talk down to the locals, you don't live here, and you come in here saying like, oh, this is good for you, this is good, well, piss off, man. They're Texans. They know what's good for them. And I know a lot of Texans. I can be pretty dang sure that they don't need somebody else telling them what's good for them. I'm pretty sure Texans do the opposite of that. That is detrimental. That's not helping. That's hindering. Just an idle comment, though.
Victoria Guerra. I'm a lawyer in South Texas, and I'm a board member of the Friends of the Wildlife Corridor. As much as Mr. Musk wants exemption from NEPA regulations and processes, there is no such categorical exemption here. A finding will undoubtedly occur that SpaceX activities are likely to have significant impacts, and full NEPA review will be required under 40 CFR 1501.3. Certain factors have to be considered in making this determination. One such factor is the determination of adverse effects on the affected area's listed species and designated critical habitat under the Endangered Species Act. Some of these endangered and threatened species include, but are not limited to, northern Aplomado falcon, the piping plover and its critical habitat, the red knot and its proposed critical habitat, the jaguarundi, the ocelot, the endangered and threatened sea turtles of at least 5 species. This area is also protected by Texas Parks and Wildlife and the National Historic Preservation Association. Another factor in considering significance under NEPA would be consideration of whether SpaceX activities violates federal and state law protecting the environment under 40 CFR 1501.3 B23. SpaceX activities result in violation of the National Wildlife Refuge. For SpaceX's use of the refuge, such as it serving as a debris field when the blast danger area and within the blast danger area, and it being used for debris retrieval, which has destroyed refuge habitat in the past and would likely do so in the future. For members of the public to use the refuge, the service must engage in a compatibility determination to ensure that the activities are compatible with the refuge's purposes. Also, whenever a refuge is used for economic purposes, the service, meaning the Fish and Wildlife Service, must issue a special use permit for economic activities.
Fair.
From what I have gathered, Fish and Wildlife does not plan on doing a compatibility determination or a special use permit, nor has it done so in the past. However, even if it did, compatibility requirements in the Refuge Act are very strict, and there is absolutely no credible way that SpaceX's activities could ever be deemed compatible with the purpose of the refuge. Also, the Refuge Improvement Act requires the service to administer the system to ensure that the biological integrity, diversity, and environmental health of the systems are maintained for benefits of present and future generations of America. However, largely due to the forced closure, the service has explicitly stated, due to operations by SpaceX, the service's ability to maintain the biological integrity, diversity, and environmental health of refuge resources has been significantly diminished at Boca Chica. The Act also requires the service to provide for conservation of fish, wildlife, and plants, and the Fish and Wildlife is unable to do so. We would ask that the full environmental impact statement be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Why is he doing this in Texas? SpaceX wants their own launch site that's not bound by other
Okay,
launches.
I'm not
That's
seeing
why.
John Nahay or Alexander. on the call this evening.
See,
I do see an Evan. If that's Evan.
See, that was fair, guys. The reason why that was fair is because what she was saying, at least what I can surmise from what she was saying, is that, look, if SpaceX is going to be here, they need to comply by federal environmental standards. That's fair. I think that's fair criticism. Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward stuff, dudes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I am E. Capulet. I am here representing myself. I strongly discourage the FAA from providing SpaceX any further permits and strongly encourage them to instead conduct a full environmental impact statement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Okay. Just one moment.
Yeah, chill, guys. Just chill. Remember, if you can't take a couple of people saying bad things about SpaceX, man, we ain't gonna get very far in this endeavor. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Some of this is valid criticism, some of it isn't. But you should be able to recognize what if these people are just blowharding,
Okay, I
or
placed
if
the
they
next 5
actually have
speakers
legit
in the
criticism.
chat.
Right?
Jim Chapman, Bill Berg,
Bill
Michelle Beaker, Jeffrey Parker, and Patrick.
Guys, if you guys are gonna get all bent out of shape from dissenting opinion, right? Like that. Hey, look, if you really want to represent SpaceX, you be classy about it.
Bill Berg, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
I'll start. Yes?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I am Bill Berg and a board member of the Save RGV. In an interview during the Starship testing period, Elon Musk answered an interviewer's question about the explosions, saying, explosions are part of testing, and he would be surprised if there were no explosions. It is part of the design process. He is right, except for that the testing should have been done where debris from an explosion would not damage the neighbor's properties, destroying habitats and wetlands where endangered animals live and feed, and then destroying those areas further with debris removal operations. The Super Heavy has 10 times the number of engines as the 3-engine Starship. What would be the result of an expected explosion as part of testing? There has been no launch failure analysis done for the Super Heavy. If it is irresponsible to destroy wildlife and their habitat, it is a little crazy to have explosions of the as yet untested most powerful rocket in the world a few miles from the cities of Port Isabel and South Padre Island. Testing could be done safely at Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. We may learn from testing that the Super Heavy is inappropriate for Boca Chica. An EA implies no significant impact. Indeed, the EA carefully avoids going deeply into such areas. In Section 3, for example, the EA mentions that 17 acres of wetland will be filled and covered with concrete, that a 250 megawatt natural gas-fueled power plant will be built, a desalination facility will be built, a facility to produce liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen from the air will be built, a natural gas purifier and methane liquefaction plant, elsewhere called LNG plant, will be built. This is a lot of infrastructure. None is new technology, but each separately is worthy of an EIS, and together they scream for an EIS.
That's fair.
Will there be a significant impact? We can't ask the endangered piping plovers. There are 41 nests counted there 3 years ago, and only 1 nest found this year. The EA seems to choke over the concept of alternatives. Alternatively, electric power can come in.
30 seconds.
Alternatively, liquid methane for 2 launches a month can come to SpaceX by truck, as it has for the last 2 years. Also, liquid nitrogen alternatively can come in by truck, and clean water can come in by pipeline. The concept of no alternatives, which they keep saying, is childish. I want to thank you very much and ask you for an EIS FAA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It doesn't appear as though Jim Chapman, Michelle Beaker, Jeffrey Parker, or Patrick Beline are on the call this evening. If you are on the Zoom, please raise your hand so I can identify you. Our next 5 speakers are Donna Hoffman, Shriyami Reddy Gangreddy, Matthew Brown, Elwin Cirrus, and Christian Larochelle.
Wanting
if you're
another
on the Zoom,
impact
please raise your
survey is
hand
not
so
a
I can
bad
identify
thing, guys.
you.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure that's
Elwin, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
I'm pretty sure that was the gist of that guy's argument. Not that SpaceX shouldn't be there, but we should do the proper testing to make sure that they're not screwing up the environment any more than they have to be. Once again, I think that's fair. Like, you can disagree with that. That's fine.
Technology. I am not speaking on behalf of my organization. The following comments are personal and result from my research over the past few years at MIT. So my work focuses on the one hand on the development of methodologies to assess the environmental impact of launch vehicles, and on the other hand on the optimization of launch vehicle designs for environmental performance. My comments will focus on the content of Chapter 3, Section 4 of the draft PEA. This section addresses the expected impact on climate. I will focus on 2 points, given the short time allocated. First, the evaluation of the impact of launch emissions on climate. Second, the interpretation of this evaluation. First, the report states, I quote, GHG emissions are considered at all altitudes for a Starship/Super Heavy launch, unquote. But by calculating with CO2 equivalents the total amount of GHG emissions at all altitudes, the report does not account for the difference between emissions made on the ground versus emissions made in the upper layers of the atmosphere. The impact of any specific combustion product is not identical in every layer of the atmosphere.
Fair as well.
Considering that the FAA has an obligation to independently evaluate the contents of the PEA, my question is, are there ongoing efforts inside the FAA or in agencies such as NOAA and NASA to develop dedicated methodologies to better assess the environmental impact of launch vehicles? Now, my second point, the report states, I quote, the estimated CO2 emissions from annual operations of the Starship/Super Heavy program are significantly less than the total GHG emissions generated by the United States in 2018, unquote. This comparison has limited value for interpretation, so could the FAA propose a new benchmark to evaluate this impact? On a final note, I would like to add that as an aerospace engineer, I know what the development of Starship means to the launch industry, to human exploration and to science, that it will hopefully make space more accessible. So my comments aim at making sure that we know the big picture and anticipate on the environmental impact that launch vehicles will generate. Thank you, and I look forward to reading your answers.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
I'm not seeing Donna Hoffman, Shriyami Reddy, Matthew Brown, or Christian on the line this evening. If you are on, please raise your hand so I can identify you. We'll move on to the next 5 speakers, which are Theodore Pasalis, Austin Brothers, Owen Hill, Derek Pham, and James Miller. If you would please raise your hand so I can identify you. Derek, I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Derek Pham, and I'm representing myself as a non-resident of Brownsville and the Boca Chica area. I am in support of SpaceX and their operations in the Boca Chica area under the pretense that allowing for them to proceed under the guidelines of the draft PEA will benefit this area as well as negatively affect it. However, the existing benefits of employing locals and the future benefits of a considerable economic growth will outweigh the negative effects. That doesn't mean that the environmental issues, including the existing wildlife and plants among others, shouldn't be ignored, but rather should be confronted by both SpaceX and local, state, and federal agencies to where the environment shouldn't be too impacted by their operations. Regarding the sonic booms and the noises caused by SpaceX operations, they should be met with the consideration that the shaking of your chest is a positive thing, as SpaceX's operations not only inspire hope in so many across this nation and the world, but is propelling humanity on a course of togetherness and prosperity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. Gabe, I want to hear
I'm not
more
seeing
locals.
Theodore, Austin Brothers, Owen Hill, or James Miller on the Zoom this evening. If you're on, please raise your hand so I can identify you. I placed the next 5 names in the chat. Charlotte Price, Ezekiel Overstreet, Joseph Dragon, Diane Perry, and Andrew Delta Bluefire. If you would please raise your hand. Ezekiel, I see your hand is raised. I'm asking you to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ezekiel Overstreet. I am a Texas resident, and I will be representing myself today. So, the Starship, Super Heavy, are run by SpaceX. SpaceX is one of the safest rocket companies that exist. They have the Falcon 9, which has sent multiple humans to the International Space Station, and they just sent 4 regular citizens. If they were not safe, they would not be able to do things like that. They have proven that by testing that Starship will be a safe vehicle. If they do not test, then it will be far more dangerous than just stacking it up and launching when doing 0 tests at all. That would be far more dangerous. My second point would be that SpaceX is actually helping the Brownsville community far more than they are damaging it. Elon Musk and SpaceX have donated over $20 million to the school system and water supply. They have donated over $10 million to the county. There are thousands of tourists all around the world coming to see just these rockets, which is bringing even millions of more dollars. Actually, let me go back. 20 million to the school, yes. And they have also brought jobs there. SpaceX is set to bring over 5,000 jobs to Brownsville from employees being there, which is bringing in millions and millions of dollars to the community, which will help raise it, help fund different things, which will overall benefit everyone there. My third point would be about the impact that Starship will have on the environment. So the Starship Super Heavy system, we have the Super Heavy and then second stage of Starship. Starship is burning CH4, methane, carbon, hydrogen, and liquid oxygen. So when we mix these together and it burns, it's bringing pretty much carbonated H2O, which is practically like gaseous sparkling water pretty much. And about the power plants and the other systems, they are expanding their solar farm. Not only that, and they're working on a machine that will suck carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen out of the air, so you don't need oil and other wells. So Starship is not only going to be very safe, it is also helping the community, SpaceX. And not only that, they are bringing
30 seconds.
Jobs, and they're doing everything in their power to make it safe, work with the community, support it, and they're doing everything right that they should be. Starship, and I think that the FAA should grant Starship their license to launch the Starship Super Heavy system. Thank you.
See what I mean?
Thank you for your comments.
You're not going to change anybody's mind.
Diana,
with that,
I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Works.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Diana Umpierre. I am not in Texas. I have lived in Florida for over 20 years. I am very passionate about astronomy and space exploration all my life. It in fact inspired me to go to college, to Cornell, where I even got to do an internship for NASA. I've witnessed myself 3 space shuttle launches, and just last Friday, I got to see the Lucy mission go up. So I get the excitement. I have no problem with that part of it. But I'm also a geologist. I'm an earth scientist, and I have also seen and witnessed myself here in Florida the incredible amount of ecological damage that has been done by the space race. And I fear the same things for the Boca Chica area, and which is why I'm commenting, because I really fully believe that a full-blown EIS needs to be done. And it needs to not only make sure that it has truly meaningful public participation, which has been an issue, but it has a full range of analysis of all the different impacts. And just to give an example, right here in Florida, SpaceX has launched 29 different missions to launch Starlink satellites. Right now, they have launched a total of about 1,600 satellites in the last 2 years. And in the last 2 years, we have also realized an incredible amount of damage that is happening to astronomy, to the very science that inspired us to go to space. It is very clear that NEPA is failing us. NEPA is not taking into account the full range of impacts that come with space exploration. I certainly, all for, making sure that at some point we make it to Mars, but we don't have an urgency to go to Mars. We have an urgency to take care of our climate crisis and our biodiversity, and to make sure that we don't keep on doing the exact same thing that we did when Europeans came to America. And so I implore you to please make sure that you do the right thing and do a full-blown EIS. I will drop in some links on some of the damage that is happening from the SpaceX Starlink satellite. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
That's fair.
I'm not seeing Charla Price, Joseph.
That's fair, but what does Starlink have to do with Boca Chica launches and its programmatic environmental assessment? Did I miss that? I'm trying to be fair with these people, dudes. I'm trying to be very fair, because this is the time to be fair. I'm not sure that... So she said she's a geologist. We should preserve the environment. I love SpaceX launches. I watch them, but SpaceX is ruining amateur astronomy, and that should be addressed. That is fair, but that has nothing to do with
capacity since the shuttle. And since the shuttle has ended, we've seen our reliance on Russia increase. Starship hasn't proven itself to contribute too much to the environment as it burns clean. I feel the FAA should give the launch authorization to Starship. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next 5 speakers are Jack Sweeney, David Bass, Aiden Gurlya, Daniel Smith, and McGuire Wood. If you would please raise your hand so I can identify you.
These guys...
David, I see your hand raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Not helping them.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, I'm David Bass. That's David Bass. I'd like to thank the FAA for giving me this chance to comment. I am not a Brownsville resident, though I did live in San Antonio for a period due to my work, so I am representing myself here. While there are undeniable effects such as noise, traffic closures, and the risk of crashes and explosions that affect the area, I believe the benefits both in terms of economic growth and the offerings to the U.S. taxpayers in terms of the capabilities of a reusable super heavy launch system outweighs the risk of allowing SpaceX to continue with its operations. Excuse me. For example, Cape Canaveral has conducted launch operations for decades without adverse environmental issues. The area is in fact a thriving wildlife refuge due to the clearance zone keeping development away. The reusable rocket system will also be able to keep us from just jettisoning rocket stages into the ocean, which has environmental benefits. The current environmental assessment largely bears these facts out, and I'm fully satisfied with it and do not think an environmental impact study is needed. My only environmental concerns are with the cleanup of any sort after an explosion, because they do seem to occur, and with the large amount of methane used to fuel the rocket. This is unavoidable given the size of the rocket, though perhaps a reform of the Jones Act, while outside the scope of this review, could make it so shipping the gas in would be viable over trucking it in, reducing impacts on the roads and the environment from all those trucks. Regardless, I trust that the FAA and relevant federal and state agencies will ensure adequate safety and environmental protection measures, but it's also something they should still keep an eye on. So I provide my support to the approval of SpaceX's operations in the Boca Chica area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Aiden Gurlia, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
I think so, Klein, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, this is Aiden?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
So my name is Aiden Gurlia, and I am representing myself. Here in Boca Chica, we have a vehicle, Starship, that is capable of taking people to Mars and outer
This is
space.
live, Moto.
And it's already built, and they're in the completion stages to make it actually work. I stand with SpaceX, and I want them to have full approval to do as many launches as they need to make this system actually work. I do not believe they should be limited to a certain amount. They should be able to do as many launches as they need to, because we have not seen any environmental impact so far in any other launch facility in the United States or around the world. If there is such a bad environmental impact here, maybe Kennedy Space Center should have an environmental investigation as well. As we see, space centers can work together with environmental organizations to have a safe environment for both plants and animals and rocket launches. I stand with SpaceX to have this approved and the USA to keep the lead in the space race. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
What is this, high school debate class?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to see if we have anyone else within this current list of 5 people on the line, and then we will be taking a short break to give a rest to our court reporter and our translator this evening. I'm not seeing Jack Sweeney on the line. Daniel Smith. I see someone as Daniel S. If this is Daniel Smith, please raise your hand so I can identify you. And McGuire Wood, I am not seeing on the line.
Let's see. Guys, these folks that are coming in here, yeah, they like SpaceX, right? We get that they like SpaceX, but them coming in here and saying like stuff like, oh, there's been no environmental impact at Kennedy Space Center, without citing specific examples, without referencing any studies, saying that this vehicle is safe. Oh, Falcon 9 is safe. Starship will be safe too. This is a court of public opinion, but it's still a court. All right? If you come in here, if a lawyer was trying to make a case, you know, against a plaintiff was trying to make a case, right? And basically he just got up on the, a lawyer got the plaintiff up on the stand and said, hey, did you shoot this person in the face? Oh, no, I didn't. That is going to hurt you more than it's going to help you. This is a court, okay? In court, it pays to be meticulous. You have to cite specific examples. You have to cite studies. This isn't a damn high school thesis paper, okay? This is litigation in the court of public opinion. And yeah, it's public comments, and I understand that. But also at the same time, if you're going to come in here and just say, oh, SpaceX's rocket is safe without citing a specific example, that's going to hurt your argument, not help.
It could have to national defense in the future. The Starship program has many different possibilities in the future, and we are in a global race with other large nations like China, and we can't fall behind in that. So I think the FAA should
that's not good.
Recognize that this is a reality and get behind what SpaceX is trying to do, and should further their ventures in space in Boca Chica and Starbase. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a 5-minute break. When we come back, the next 5 speakers are Isis Valencia, Nicholas Andrich, Michael Paul, Samuel Bowman, and Patrick Ambley. We will take a break and return at 7:10 Central Time. Thank you.
Okay, they'll be back in a second. This is live, yeah, fellas. So, guys, once again, it's a court. It's going, and once again, it's open for public forum and stuff. But if you really want to prove this, if it was me commenting on it, if this was my backyard and I wanted this, I would cite very specific environmental examples. It seems like environmental examples to the pro and to the con. You coming in there and say, I think SpaceX should do this because it's good for national security. Well, that will be no doubt taken into account by the FAA. They're writing everything down. There's a stenographer here, no doubt. That will do nothing comparatively to the environmental lawyer that came in here citing specific examples in violation of NEPA, in violation of the Clean Air Act, specifically citing paragraph like environmental policy that was broken down to the paragraph in the law. That's not going to do anything against somebody that's citing these specific examples. That's why it's not good for all these folks that come in here and be like, oh, well, I think SpaceX is good because, the rocket is soda water. That is not helping. I mean, it's great that we have one more positive person, but, this sounds like a Reddit thread. That's not good. LaCroix rocket. Nice, hired. Who's actually listening to this? Relate may apply. The FAA will take this into account, but what's the FAA supposed to do? If you're the FAA and you have to take this seriously, if someone's going to come in and they're going to cite specific violations to NEPA, to the NEPA Act, right? Specific violations to the Clean Air Act, specific, violations of environmental impact assessments. If you're going to sit here and you're the FAA and someone's going to cite specific examples and another person is going to say, well, I don't live there, but I think this is a good idea for humanity, which one of those are you going to be more attracted to? And the FAA has to stay impartial, guys. They have to come up with a ruling that is impartial. They have to be impartial, else it's a conflict of interest, and it could drag this out even further. It's super important that for the people that are pro, for the people that are speaking in favor of SpaceX, to cite very specific examples. Remember, this is public opinion for why the programmatic environmental assessment was comprehensive enough. That's why this public opinion is here. You're not here to say that Starship is a good thing, they should do it, screw the local environment. That does not help. That guy from MIT that came in, that's what I'm talking about. He cited specific examples that were cited in the programmatic assessment, and based off of his expertise as an aerospace engineer at MIT, was able to articulate why the environmental impact would be negligible and why the programmatic assessment was well within the nominal window for analyzation of how Starship flights could have an impact on the local environment. Perfect. These guys that are coming in here and saying, well, the rocket is good for humanity. Bad. Not a good idea. That's not good. That you're not going to convince anybody. Simultaneously, I mean, like, how does that make it, like, guys that are going in there and say that, how does that make that any better than the person that's going to come in here and then say, look, they built that tower, it's wrecking our environment? Same thing. Not good. Yeah, good fella. That was pretty bad. I'm just... Ugh. Two concerns I have about Starship are noise and catastrophic full stack failure. That's fair, Floating, and the programmatic environmental assessment does...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Go over that.
Mary and Pamela, will you please come off of mute and let me know that you are back and ready?
That's fine, Swishio.
Ready. Great, thank you so much.
Exactly, Jock.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with hearing public comments.
All right. With that being said,
our next 5 speakers are Isis Valencia, Nicholas Andrich, Michael Paul, Samuel Bowman, and Patrick Ambley. Nicholas, I see you on the line. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Buck,
go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Andrich. I live in California, but I've been following SpaceX and their Starship projects and Starhopper launched in 2019. I hope to visit sometime soon, and I'm here today to support the launch license. People are talking about how much SpaceX harms the community. This rocket and company have created so many things that help support the community. They have renewed an interest in spaceflight and are inspiring new generations of engineers and astronauts. Birds and turtles were harmed during the freeze that happened 8 months ago. To help the community and the animals, SpaceX helped save many turtles in the area. They also provided a generator to Sea Turtle Inc., which helps rehabilitate and save turtles in the local area. SpaceX has created hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in the local area, created another tourist destination for the area, and has helped start a part of social media dedicated to SpaceX and Boca Chica. I hear people talking about how SpaceX closing the roads and beaches are unconstitutional, but the fact is that SpaceX was granted an exemption to the Constitution, which allows them to close the roads and beaches. There are millions of people in online communities such as Lab Padre, NASA Spaceflight, and Everyday Astronaut, and these communities are fueled by SpaceX and this project and help educate many people on the projects going on currently.
Yes, the road closure violated the Constitution, man.
Talking to Mars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Paul, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Michael Paul.
Am I live?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. My name is Michael Paul, also known as Boca's Brain on Twitter. Have a few talking points. First of all, I approve the process and hope that the draft program environmental assessment is approved, leading to a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact. SpaceX is the best thing that's happened at Brownsville. I am not a native. I travel there frequently. With over 1,700 employees and 80 million in annual payroll, which previously didn't exist. This does not include truckers, trucking establishment, cement plants, all the other downstream employees that are also getting compensated when they may have been idle otherwise. Road closures are about to be mitigated by turnoffs, so the amount of road closure should diminish when SpaceX is moving large items. I'd also like to address the environmental issue briefly. There is no such thing as environmental racism. That is a manufactured wokeism. If locals really cared about the beach, they would clean it up, because the last time I was there on a Monday morning, I filled up the back of my pickup truck in 300 feet of the beach. Not 6 miles, 300 feet. Locals don't really care about their beach. They just want it because they're petulant and childish. They want what they want without any consequences.
Stop it.
Finally, I'd like to give a shout out to all the great space reporters that have been there from day one. Maria Pointer, Boca Chica Gal, Luis Balderas Jr., La Padre, Maurizio Adelano, RGV Ariel, John Randolph, Carlos Nunez, Austin Barnard, Alex Balderas, Starship Gazer, Tim Dodd, Marcus House, Felix, and Jessica Tetro in the local city of Brownsville, and her stewardship has helped greatly in the efforts. And finally, Sam Patel, the boss at Starbase, thanks for all you're doing, and Elon Musk for bringing this to fruition. I can't emphasize enough that a FONSI determination is what is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Samuel Bowman, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Bro. Dude, bro, that was terrible. Come on, man. Jesus freaking Christ. Dude, this isn't Twitter.
Samuel, are you there?
This is a court of public opinion, man.
Samuel, are you there?
Stop it.
Let's see.
So bad. Please don't do that to us.
Samuel, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I can hear you. Hello. I'm Samuel Bowman. I'm from Michigan, but I hope to visit Starbase soon and eventually work there. I do not represent a group or organization. The first point I would like to address are the comments made on the noise created from static fires and launches. South Padre Island already has regular fireworks shows. Do those not produce similar or higher amounts of noise on the island? A resident of South Padre Island is planning on conducting an experiment to find out. I will not be surprised if the fireworks are as loud or louder than Starship. The second point I would like to address are the comments made on the effects to the environment. Several people point out Cape Canaveral is an example of how wildlife and rockets can live together. However, I would like to provide a different example, Wallops Island. Similarly to Boca Chica, Wallops was originally a tourist destination and had an area of it privately owned. Then the Air Force and eventually NASA moved in to test rockets. What effects did this have on the wildlife? Wallops turned into a wildlife refuge. Before becoming a test range, animals like sheep and cow grazed on the land. But now it houses threatened species like the piping plover. Rockets still launch from Wallops and they still sometimes explode, as you can see on YouTube, but the wildlife still thrives. I believe Starbase can have a similar effect. By partially restricting the public's access to the area, it can help wildlife by reducing the number of people visiting the area. SpaceX is bound by parameters laid out in an environmental assessment. Tourists are not. The third point I'd like to address are comments that claim Starbase will reduce tourism on South Padre Island. This is simply untrue. You need not look further than Coco and Titusville near Cape Canaveral. They had decades of shuttlesonic booms, yet they
30
were
seconds.
and still continue to be a popular tourist destination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Patrick Ambley, I see your hand is raised. I'm asking you to unmute.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. I care for the environment, and I believe that, and while Starship is a incredibly massive rocket, I had many concerns watching this program develop with how close it appeared the rocket would be launching to from South Padre Island. However, upon reading the environmental assessment, the PEA, and the 2014 EIS, all my fears and concerns were actually removed. I am incredibly impressed by the due diligence that SpaceX has shown, putting together these documents and laying out plans of how they will protect the environment and how they will mitigate impact on the local population. I also think that the presence of SpaceX can actually be a net positive to the local area. As many have pointed out, Kennedy Space Center is a great example of how rockets can actually improve the local environment. Many invasive species actually live and actually thrive in Kennedy Space Center due to the rockets preventing local development. And if SpaceX hadn't moved into Boca Chica, I'm concerned that another organization who is less regulated could also go develop the same land that SpaceX has bought and could develop the area and turn it and create a greater environmental impact.
Yeah,
however, now with SpaceX living in this area, their presence will prevent and more development and keep the area
nice, duel. Hell yeah.
Better protected than potentially other means could. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. You know someone came in here and just said, yeah, I want to call in, and they're shooting from the hip, dude. You know that's what's going on.
Lafreniere and Donald Monroe. Alex, I see your hand raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. My name is Alex Paderas. I'm a local from San Diego, Texas, 45 minutes away from Boca Chica, and I visited many times there. It's amazing progress out there. I want to say, I understand the high level of opposition last hearing and hearing the concerns they said, but I believe SpaceX as well as other participating agencies can work together and avoid an EIS. I am in full support of the SpaceX Starship Super Heavy project at Boca Chica, Texas. Recently, on October 16th, there was a thank you event out there. About 400 students were there to say it. That made me believe this needs to happen. It would get students interested in SpaceX. Right now, there are local photographers, 24/7 live streamers, that project and NASA spaceflight, and aerial photography, RGB photography, documenting everything. We don't need to lose that because SpaceX is being kept an eye on at all times. The photographers, streamers make a living off of all this, and I've met some wonderful people interested in this development. Furthermore, this project will bring some jobs, massive media attention to get us back on the map, tourism as well, and hopefully have businesses brought down here from other locations. As a local, personally, we don't need to be known as just a border town, the poorest place in Texas, and have the lowest economic growth down here. We need this. Finally, SpaceX has already built its first orbital Starship Super Heavy rocket, and they're already making more very fast. Elon Musk knew not only is this his own launch site, he knew from the start South Texas would launch the world's most powerful rocket to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
All right, Dylan.
I ask you, the FAA, please approve this project and its launch license to proceed this life-changing moment for us and spaceflight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple administrative announcements. For those that have asked what speaker number they are, just for your reference, Alex is speaker number 68 this evening. Again, we do have some no-shows, but that should give you an idea of where you fall in terms of timing. Also, please note that official comments cannot be accepted using the chat feed. Please email your questions and comments to spacexbocachica@icf.com. Our next speaker is Josh Green. Josh, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Josh Green. I'd first like to disclose that I am not from the surrounding area of Brownsville, and I represent myself, and all opinions are that of my own. I'd also like to thank the FAA for allowing the opportunity of public comment and opinion. I'm very interested in the topic of aerospace engineering and the progression of technology, and I fully understand the environmental concerns of local residents. So in my opinion, I believe that the FAA should move to issue an experimental launch permit for the operation of Starship and Super Heavy from Boca Chica. I believe that the permit should be expedited and issued due to the nature of Starship and Super Heavy pertains to national security and the Artemis moon program. I also believe that SpaceX has shown the capability of Starship and have finally shown rapid innovation. Iterations have shown and proved that selecting Starship for the NASA human landing system is justified and has certain potential to show results. Super Heavy is also a cheap, cost-effective Super Heavy launch vehicle that is sure to provide cost-effective. Yes.
Can you please slow down for our court reporter?
Apologies.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll start from topic. I also believe that SpaceX has shown the capabilities of Starship and have finally shown rapid innovation. Iteration have shown and proving that selecting Starship for the NASA human landing system is justified and has certain potential to show results. Super Heavy is also a cheap, cost-effective Super Heavy launch vehicle that is sure to provide cost-effective capability for the United States Air Force, National Reconnaissance Office, and other governmental departments. Pertaining to the environment, I believe Boca Chica, Kennedy Space Center, and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station share a lot in common. All are built upon marsh or wetlands. Launches have been occurring from Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station for the past 50 years, and is home to the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge, which is home to over 1,500 different species of birds, fish, and plants, 21 of which are endangered species. During these 50 years, thousands of launches have been conducted from these two locations in Florida, and has maintained its reserve status. There have been no major environmental impacts noted from these launches. I believe that the proposed power plant should be further investigated due to its large nature and the required infrastructure and its continuous operating hours. I also believe that the investigation should be conducted regarding the air quality and the 6 pollutants outlined by the National Ambient Air Quality Standards due to the centralized location of testing and the ongoing lengthy period of time SpaceX will be conducting launch operations at Boca Chica. So I believe that the monitoring of the air quality should happen as much as this result. I also believe that investigations should be conducted regarding the impact of sound on the residents at Port Elizabeth and South Padre Island as they are within 8 kilometers of the site. Finally, I do believe that the FAA should undertake a small-scale, expedited version of an environmental assessment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am not seeing David Wirtz or David Lafreniere on the call. So Donald Monroe, you're our next speaker. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Donald Monroe. Thank you, FAA, for providing this opportunity for members of the public like myself to comment. I do not represent any group. I am independent. I believe SpaceX can proceed with their Starship Super Heavy operations and the environment can flourish at the same time. I do not live in or near Boca Chica, but I've visited South Padre Island for SpaceX's SN-10 flight and also Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida for 2 Falcon 9 missions. Both launch sites, build sites, propellant plants, and all other required infrastructure that goes along with them are incredibly small relative to the surrounding sensitive protected area. My main point is launch operations have been in Cape Canaveral, Florida, and arguably more risky areas for decades, while the environment, wildlife, and public has prospered and flourished in that area. This wildlife referred to at Cape Canaveral also includes endangered wildlife in protected areas that environmental groups and skeptics whine and worry about at the SpaceX Texas launch site. In fact, NASA tour guides brag about endangered wildlife on Kennedy Space Center tours. I believe Boca Chica and its surrounding environment can flourish with SpaceX Starship operations as well. SpaceX has already shown such kindness towards wildlife, the most notable example being lending wildlife centers generators during the Texas freezes earlier this year. Additionally, the Starship system benefits the environment long-term through its end goal of being fully reusable. Many rockets, both past and present, are fully or partially thrown away after one flight, much more waste and destruction than a few bangs and booms during past and future testing at SpaceX's Texas launch site. This waste not only affects the environment on Earth, but contributes to space debris, which threatens life, orbiting satellites, and our access to space. Therefore, developing a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle capable of traveling to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond, successful or not, is worth it. The technological and scientific advancements that have come from spaceflight have changed the world. The benefits outweigh the risks. The last notable thing I'd like to mention is SpaceX is the only US launch provider capable of getting humans to low Earth orbit. The United States must
30 seconds.
Stay in the lead in our presence in space. Long drawn out documentation and discussion is not healthy. We need the same enthusiasm, innovation, and courage to explore as those had for the Saturn V and the Apollo days. We, the United States, always talk about it. This SpaceX Starship project is it. Let's get to Mars, do it safely. We can do that. We've done it in Cape Canaveral. I urge the FAA to allow SpaceX to proceed with the Starship Super Heavy project in Boca Chica.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next 5 speakers are Robert Smith, Blake Donahue, Ethan Maseo, Sheng Chen, and Yong Sei. Robert, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your time. I'm not going to slaughter everybody with a bunch of data, as most of you have already thrown it out there and know that there's a large percentage of pros and cons to this, but I am definitely for SpaceX. I've worked very delicately in some of these very delicate wetlands personally, and I know how delicate they can be. And I will tell you now that working with the Army Corps and the EPA and local and state and the Fish and Wildlife, these people know what they're doing. I believe that so long as SpaceX works with them, we shouldn't have any issues as far as environmental issues. We've got enough regulations out there. I come from the Cleveland area, so I know a little bit about the EPA because it's where it was born, from a river that had caught on fire. So, we've come a long ways, but we can also go too far. We need to push this project forward as well as we can and as safely as we can. But we need to trust the bodies and programs that we have in place. That being said, I don't believe that SpaceX is trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. For God's sakes, they put cameras in places where nobody else would have. They've opened their doors and windows so that we could see everything that they're doing, when they're doing it, while they're doing it. No company has ever done that for us. We are seeing history unfold right before our eyes, and we have the ability to have a voice in what's happening. And for Elon to allow us into that world, he should be commended, not ridiculed. He has worked with us as far as the environment goes. He's not trying to hide anything, and it's been made apparent. Every time something needed to be done, he's addressed it. So we don't need to be executioners here. We need to be there to help. Change comes hard for anybody, so we need to accept that change, because we know that there's no stopping progress, and anyone that tries to stop progress
30 seconds
lays a path of waste, haste, and regrets. And that's all I have to say. And I will tell you this: if it wasn't for the online community like Lewis, Lab Padre, and Maria, and all them, we wouldn't have those windows into that world. So thank you once again for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sheng Chen. I'm going to ask you to unmute. And again, my apologies if I mispronounced your name this evening.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm Sheng Chen, and I'm not representing any group or organization. So we know that everything has two sides, and we need to carefully evaluate the benefits and the risks. And I can see the following benefits of allowing SpaceX to move forward to test and launch Starships. First, Starship represents the most advanced space technologies that the US have in terms of the size, the capacity, the capability, the efficiency, and the cost of launching services. SpaceX helps the US to maintain its technological advantages in space in the world, which helps the US to maintain the national security. So the FAA could keep the SpaceX waiting, but the rest of the world is not waiting. They are not constrained by FAA and other regulations. We can see other countries are quickly catching up. And the second point is that Starship is inspiring the whole new generation.
No, B-Money.
We know that the kids in the US significantly fall behind in the math and the science performance compared to those in other countries. I think Starship is really a chance to inspire the whole generation to get engaged in math, science, and physics, the foundation of the future of a nation. I have constantly heard people say that they want to build the US back stronger and so forth. But my question is, if we don't have a generation with solid STEM education, how could that happen? And there are, of course, some concerns. One concern is that the launching could endanger wildlife animals.
No, Vanguard.
But there are evidence
Taipei,
the launching site actually helps wildlife to flourish.
Picking up what I'm laying down?
Such as the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It is also worth noting that wild animals are very adaptive, in particularly if the environment is changed gradually. I don't see SpaceX and the Starship will incur a sudden change to the environment. Overall, I can see numerous positive impacts of Starship with some evidence. But the concerns to the environment
30 seconds.
Is largely speculation without proof or evidence. The environment is very adaptive.
I like this guy.
But the U.S. space technology is not.
I like this guy.
An argument that protect the environment will benefit the next generation. But to which degree? If the U.S. falls behind in space in technologies, and we know that will significantly hurt the benefits of the next generation. And I'm sure that will
That's
be very
time.
much.
Thank you for your comments.
No, Entropy. It's on the other side of the world, that's all.
I don't see Robert Smith on the call this evening. Blake Donahue, I see a Blake, if you're Blake Donahue.
I'm fairly confident that that gentleman was from Taiwan. He was talking about other countries getting ahead in a space program that could be threatening. I mean, and that was a Mandarin accent, if I heard that correctly. Could be presuming, and that would be my fault. But that's definitely what that sounds like. And then I thought it was funny when he said, the environmental concerns are false, they're speculative without proper testing. I'm like, hey, that's all right, you got a point there.
Seen as just a kid, I am ranked top of my class, number 17 out of a school of 777. So I just hope what I have to say is taken with some weight. I'm fortunate that in 2014, SpaceX began using the Boca Chica site for producing and testing the then Starhopper and now Starship Super Heavy system. SpaceX and Boca Chica is bringing many positives to the area. Specifically, I would like to address how it is inspiring the lives of my generation and of kids my age. I am not the only student who has been inspired by these projects, and I am one of many who have had the future of my life altered because of the work done at SpaceX. I know that I go with friends all the time to SpaceX, to Boca Chica, and we stare at rockets all day because it is what we love to do. It is what we're passionate about and what we plan our future to be. We all want to be aerospace engineers, and we thank you, Elon. We thank you, SpaceX, and we thank you to the NASA spaceflight, Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, Lab Padre, and the countless other reporters who have inspired us through space and all the curiosities that we share. To the FAA,
for sure,
I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I hope we realize together that it is time to move forward. It is time for life to become a multiplanetary species, and we just ask that you give SpaceX the licenses and the rights and the permission to continue with their orbital flights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The rights and permissions.
Our next speaker is Yong Zei. Yong, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Yong Zi. I'm a secondary school student in Malaysia, and I'm now gonna talk about my personal feelings on the matter. Growing up, I watched anime like Steins Gate, Astra Lost in Space, and movies like Star Wars and Back to the Future. These sci-fi shows made me want to pursue a career in science.
Yong,
Yes?
I apologize for interrupting, but I need you to slow down for the court reporter.
It's going way too fast.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the term science is pretty broad. I had many things I wanted to do, but not many things I had confidence. I had the ability to see through. But now what SpaceX has been doing and is doing has given me a glimmer of hope to be able to see a bit of what I want to do as my dream, To me as an outsider, like not in America, it doesn't matter as to where space advances from. All I want to see are fleets or spaceships soaring through space, colonies of humans living on different planets, and magical materials from space that can do almost anything. Though before anyone can see this, our technology has to advance, and to do that, tests has to be undergone.
Not sure cooking fat.
People concerned about the environmental problems caused by the rockets, I do not think you are thinking far enough. If we could attain resources and produce stuff away from Earth, then Earth could be polluted less by factories, oil rigs, and mines. The faster rapid development of reusable rockets become a thing, the faster we can gain these benefits. As I said, I'm a Malaysian. I couldn't care less who or which place space travel gets developed from. All I want to see is when. From a purely curious standpoint, I want to see these advancements happen within my lifetime. Thus, I urge the FAA to allow SpaceX to do the things they do. As from my observations, SpaceX seems to be the fastest and most surefire option we currently have.
Yes,
I'm not going to talk about a story called Yu Gong Yu San. It's a Chinese story about which means a stupid old man moves a mountain. There was once an old man in China. He lived in a village far within the mountains. The villagers there had to go up and down mountains to reach the capital to study, sell, and buy things. One day, he decided to start digging a tunnel through the mountains by himself. While digging, a villager came to him and laughed at him, saying that he will never be able to finish or use the tunnel in his lifetime. But instead of getting discouraged, he said that although he may not be able to finish and use this tunnel in his lifetime, his next generation and the following generations to come will be able to continue this tunnel, and one day in the future, the generations in the future will finish this and use this tunnel. The mountain god heard this and was touched. He then decided to move the entire mountain for him. Though this is a fictional story, there has been a real story of a man in China who spent 36 years to dig a 10 km long hole through the mountains. These things are not impossible. The switch from fossil fuels to renewable energy, space travel is something that requires large expenses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next 5 speakers are Nathan Darsh, Mehmed Ashalan, Noor Mohammed, Oliver Large, and Frederick Merkel. If you're on the
what that guy was trying to Panda, okay, help me out here. What that guy was trying to say with that proverb is that you need to dig the tunnel now so generations in the future can benefit it. The analogy there is that building this Starship site now will lead to prosperous generations in the future, right? Did I get that right?
Nathan, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I get what he's trying to say. I understand.
I'm ask you to unmute. Is this Nathan Darsh?
Hello, good evening.
No.
Yes, this is Nathan Darsh.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
The relatively recent introduction of SpaceX into the space industry has dramatically reduced the cost of
very few people here are arguing in favor of the programmatic environmental assessment. All they're saying legitimately is that, SpaceX should go because I think it's going to change humanity, which is fine in itself, but that has nothing to do with helping the case for the programmatic environmental assessment. You're right. That's why it's kind of gratuitous at this point.
To save our planet from the influence of human activity and preserve our planet, while seeking the opportunity to preserve our planet further by introducing humans to space and other planets, further reducing our environmental impact on the whole planet. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next 5 speakers are Craig Harvey, Brian Gibson, Pedro Vargas, Michael Schimmer, and Caden Colbath. If you're on the Zoom, please raise your hand. And if you want to be added to the speaker list, you can send me a message in the chat feed. Please note that we are on approximately pre-registered speaker number 84 out of 171.
Oh dear.
All right.
I do not envy
Brian,
the
I see your
person
hand
that
is
has
raised
to go
and
over
ask
all
you to
this. Oh no. Whoa.
Hi, how you doing, everyone? Thank you for inviting me to this chat. I'm not from Boca Chica, Texas, but I'm a local Californian, specifically Los Angeles. I believe what SpaceX is doing will not only benefit the people of Boca Chica, Texas, what a lot of people pretty much said, but would really benefit the whole country and the whole entire world. Yes, I do understand we do have to have environmental assessment.
I see it, one project.
That need to happen. definitely need to happen.
I can get used to
and
it.
Making sure that is a balance between the environment and also not only space development, but in development in general in the local area. I also feel that too, that there should be like a local consensus in regards to that as well. They could have like a town hall meeting and where people could really voice their grievances at a local town hall meeting. I believe what SpaceX is doing is great. Like I said,
nothing to do with
it's great for it's great for the country, and also keeps us in the cutting edge of technology. This also creates jobs, not only jobs in the space industry. What SpaceX is doing for Boca Chica, Texas right now could also attract other companies there, Boca Chica as well, and it will allow the economy to really grow. Because, let's face it, Boca Chica is not a rich area, but once SpaceX is there, other companies could go there as well, and that will increase the job market there, and also have local students, and they don't have to leave. I could imagine like a lot of local students, especially if they are into, technology, will probably have to leave and go to other areas of Texas or other areas of the country instead of staying home, which probably a lot of them like to do. So I do support what SpaceX is doing. I do support the locals there who are pretty much for SpaceX. I do also support the environment. I do believe that the FAA have to look at aspect as far as what this is going to do to the
30 seconds.
Aspect of what they're going to do to the environment, and into the as far as the noise levels and also the wildlife. But I do throw my support to SpaceX, and thank you for this time.
The vast majority of people aren't debating in favor of another environmental assessment or not. The vast majority of people
Okay,
are
ladies and gentlemen, I'm not
just
seeing Craig, Harvey, Pedro Vargas, Michael Shimmer, or Caden.
The vast majority of people are just coming in here and saying how much they like SpaceX. It's not good.
Nazi Mudin.
Hey, Hiroko, I'm good.
Rupert Go, Princess Cooper, James Musselwhite, and Caden
Bruno,
Shannon.
Sure.
If you're on the Zoom, please raise your hand so I can identify you.
Which doesn't have it all.
Caden,
Exactly,
I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
It's kind of like, I don't mean to weigh in here. I want to listen to what everybody has to say. It's kind of annoying that the people that are not in favor of, or that are in favor of another draft environmental assessment being done in Boca Chica are just saying, "Oh, I don't want the road closed," and all the people that are not in favor of or that are in favor of the programmatic assessment are just saying how much they like SpaceX. It's a little annoying actually, because there's nothing to base. There's nothing concrete here. So here, with that being said, I'm going to shut up.
That's one of the ways locals have shown support for the Starship program, which has helped their economy drastically. The second subject I'd like to mention are the environmental impacts of Starship. Without question, there will be impacts of a full stack launching and landing. Elon Musk started his various companies to improve human life. He seeks to combat climate change to make Earth a more sustainable place for us to live and to become a multiplanetary species. I personally do not believe that a person who sunk all of his $180 million of earnings from PayPal in the early 2000s, before he was a billionaire, to make Earth a better place for us to live and for our species to become multiplanetary, would start a project that would only make our environment worse. SpaceX won a contract from NASA to land humans on the moon by 2024. The benefit of having this contract is that they will be on a celestial body that contains resources for making solar panels, which are polluting to create here on Earth. With
At least this kid
Starship,
understands it's about the environment.
We can create a massive solar farm in low Earth orbit, which would be much more efficient than on Earth. This electricity could be beamed down to Earth using lasers and receivers on the ground. This is just one of the various ways Starship could help reduce emissions and pollution. We shouldn't delay progress of helping the entire Earth and its inhabitants just because there is a possibility of harming one small area, which there are countermeasures we can take to protect the land and wildlife. To conclude, my message to the FAA is to give clearance to SpaceX to fly Starship and Super Heavy from Boca Chica, Texas.
Can't limit freedom of
Stop
speech,
delaying our
Badger.
progress to land humans on the moon and eventually Mars. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and Godspeed, SpaceX.
Guys, this is the court of public opinion now. This is the public comment section. Everybody's allowed to speak. Everybody's allowed to weigh in on it. That's how we do things, all right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that some of these guys really don't understand what this forum is about. I will say that everybody should have a right to speak. That's very important, no matter how far-fetched it might seem. That's why, I mean, initially I thought we'd hear a bunch of dissenting opinion, everybody would get mad at it. But once again, like, you know, we're hearing a lot of 6th grade essays about why people like SpaceX, which is fine. That's okay. You know, they have the right to say it, but it's not really much of concrete to the programmatic assessment.
And look at it. I no longer live in California, but my heart is still with California and Texas. Not many people respect the potential impact of space technology in California as much as I do, even though I don't live there anymore and really just am a permanent resident of the East Coast. First and foremost, let's not politicize space exploration and rocket science. Labeling the SpaceX program as racist because it was developed by a Republican President Trump is not a productive contribution to this discussion. Rocket science is not partisan, and it is essential to the sophisticated STEM advances in America. We must be taken seriously as a leading, focused, and united military competitor amongst the threat of our enemies. When it comes to winning at space development, there is no room for divisive partisanship. Safeguarding this new SpaceX project against potential hacking from Russia, China, and North Korea is essential as well. Evaluating potential environmental impacts to the Gulf of Mexico, coast of California, and Florida if such possible hackings were to occur is important. Such hackings could result in tsunamis and earthquakes along the coast of California and Florida if there's no intervening. Awareness of, hacking? As we know, there were recent super missile launches by China, as well as sea missile launches by Kim Jong-un in North Korea, just as early as this week, a couple of days ago. We need research and development of potential interception methods. In conclusion, I fully support SpaceX in their efforts to move. Thank you. I fully support SpaceX in their efforts to move forward with launching the Starship Super Heavy rocket. And thank you for giving me a platform to be heard and express my opinions and concerns.
Thank you for your comments.
It's core public opinion.
I'm not seeing Naveen, Rupert, or James Musselwhite on the call. Caden Shannon, I do see you on the call. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Shin, the premise of her argument, from what I understand, was that it's a national security risk. And yes, I do agree with that, and I agree with her in that regard. But once again, this is not discussing national security. This isn't a Senate subcommittee on national security operations in the space program. This is a programmatic it's a public forum on SpaceX, on the FAA's programmatic environmental assessment. Meaning that long story short, should SpaceX be able to continue with building this launch site down in the Rio Grande Valley without having, is the current programmatic environmental assessment good enough? Or does another one need to be made? That's what this public forum is about. It's mentioning North Korea launching a missile or whatever has no bearing on the programmatic environmental assessment. Unless these folks seem to imply that national security outweighs potential environmental damage, that seems to be the implication. But I once again, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here. These folks are making it tough.
Spend a lot of money to be down here and be a productive patriot of the local area, and I really want to maintain that. really got to go down there and see what's going on. I'm not really sure why they continue with this space hoax. It's really anybody's guess, but I'm saying it's probably something to do with money. Anyways, I don't want a billionaire to come down here and hire a bunch of Mexicans because they're just polluting the local area. Anyways, though, instead of building giant exploding grain silos, how about we fix the problems right here in Texas is what I'm saying. Once Trump is back in charge, things will go back to normal. Really what I'm saying is that you should do the best you can to stop this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Oksana, I see your hand is raised. I'm asking you to unmute.
That was a troll. That had to have been a troll. That had to have been a troll. Bro. Hey, once again, it's
Hello?
a public
yes,
forum.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Oksana Osipov. I'm from Texas. And these new developments by SpaceX is an investment into the future. It's the new jobs and another opportunity to put South Texas on the map. They will make a much needed investment into our crumbling state infrastructure. A number of countries in the world dream to have SpaceX among their assets. As a Texas resident and a taxpayer for 8 years, I believe it's an honor to have them in our state, and I fully support SpaceX. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Aaron, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Leeson. I am from South Dakota. I would like to thank the FAA for allowing me the chance to talk about this. I am not a native of Boca Chica. I'm not native to Texas. I have been down to Boca Chica. I've been down to South Padre. I have been throughout the Rio Grande Valley. I have many friends, many people I know that live throughout the valley, and it is undoubtedly one of the most impoverished areas of this country. Ever since SpaceX has been down there, there's been a jump in the quality of life down there. More money has been pouring in the Rio Grande Valley, more jobs, more people. It's really, SpaceX has done many wonderful things for the community down there. SpaceX is a truly visionary company. Mr. Musk, his goal to make humankind multiplanetary cannot be bound by this red tape that we are currently seeing. His goal to make humankind multiplanetary species is not to run away from our problems on Earth, but to sustain mankind and find solutions
He's just nervous, Jonathan.
for our problems here on Earth.
Chill, guys. He's just
through the means.
Hey, you can't bark up somebody's trees if they're getting nervous.
Starship is unlike anything humankind has ever seen. It is a truly revolutionary vehicle that has
very condescending, and I don't
been
like
a beacon
that.
of hope
Really
to many people throughout the world as the next step of mankind in our journey to the stars. As Mr. Musk has said himself,
there's been a couple Oompa Loompa.
Humankind's journey to Mars
of course he's listening
will be undoubtedly the greatest adventure that humankind has ever gone on. This is truly an amazing project.
Just on a side note,
the FAA should do an environmental review to ensure that everybody that lives down in Boca Chica is not harmed by the effects of the Starship vehicle, and the wildlife down there is protected.
That's right.
As it is endangered, as has been previously mentioned last year during the cold snap down in Texas. SpaceX did provide to help with the sea turtles through means of generators and just helping out with the turtles. And I would like to thank you for this chance to talk. I've been down to Starbase, and it is truly amazing what they're doing down there. And I would implore everybody out of the FAA to allow SpaceX to continue. Thank you for your time. God bless you all. Godspeed, SpaceX.
You see, Electro Llama, I agree with you. if it was me, like, okay, once again, I'm really here for listening to the dissenting opinion, okay? I want to hear from the locals that actually have a problem with this. I want to hear from the people that actually have a problem with this. That's what's important to me here. I don't, like, everybody here is just kind of jerking Elon's chain. I get it. That's fine. And you know what? Rightly so. This is freaking amazing. You know why I want to listen to the locals, particularly the ones with dissenting opinions? Because, look, like I said, if this was in my backyard, I'd be pumped. I would be. How many people are like me out there? How many people are like space? Not every... Dude, people are going to get... This is pissing somebody off somewhere. There's no doubt in my mind. All the road closures, the traffic, the noise pollution, I get it. Like, that's probably pissing a lot of people off. I understand that. I want to hear what these people have to say. Because, you know what, man? If this was my backyard, I'd be interested. I would have something to say about it. You know? But it seems kind of condescending to have people from other states come in and say, like, oh, I'm from here. You should do this. You should put this launch facility in your backyard for the better of humankind. Yeah. No. No. That's not how that works at all.
Yeah, go ahead and approve anything they say. For sure, this will need to meet the environmental requirements. But the fact is,
it's happened.
There are bigger fishes to chase in other industries right now that are damaging our planet way more than space companies.
See?
I'm just saying.
This guy knows about...
This needs to be done correctly and quickly. And it's possible to do both. The impact that this program is having in younger generations, not only in the States, but in Mexico and around the world, it's truly inspiring. And inspiration can lead to the many changes the world needs right now. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
De nada, amigo.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, our next speaker is Ronnie Green, who I am not seeing on the Zoom. All right, I'm going to place the next 5 speakers in the chat. William Moldstad, Zach Albrecht, Craig Nazor, Leo Tretra, and Milton Smith. Craig, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Craig Nazar. I'm the conservation chair of the Lone Star chapter of the Sierra Club. A brilliant human once said, on Spaceship Earth, there are no passengers. We are all crew. This means all of us, all humans, animals, and plants. Every living thing affects every other living thing. Through time, evolution has formed an ecosystem that makes the Earth livable for all crew members. The totality supports all individuals and is necessary for all life. Too often in the past, the concept of environmentalism has left out human culture. This is because advanced human culture over the past few hundred years has behaved irresponsibly and is now affecting the ecosystems that sustain all life in a way that undermines all life. One of the biggest problems the Earth now faces is climate change, but not all humans have an equal part in this. Different human cultures have had different impacts on the planet. In fact, most human culture, through most of time, these cultures have been present, has had environmental impacts slow enough so that others of the Earth's living things could evolve to balance these impacts. Ecosystems stayed strong and functional, but now that has changed. The actions of a growing minority of humans is now putting the whole planet at serious risk. Some say the solution is to leave Earth, go to other planets. We should leave this dying, polluted Earth behind, and whomever chooses to stay and die along with it. Others say no, we should rebalance the only planet we have. We should adapt strategies learned from 1 million years of humans living sustainably on the Earth and develop new strategies. The truth is, we might be able to do all of these, but we must not let one destroy the other. It is clear that SpaceX has begun to throw the South Texas environment out of balance and threatens the human cultures that have lived there sustainably for thousands of years. If we move too fast, it may work for those anxious to leave Earth, but it threatens to destroy the beautiful and sustainable South Texas environment and cultures that I know and love. I visited the valley for over 40 years. I fished the Gulf of Mexico and the Laguna Madre. I've spotted endangered species of birds, reptiles, mammals, insects, and plants. I've shared the surf with dolphins, sand sharks, and pompano. I've eaten incredible meals at local restaurants, and I've purchased beautiful art from native cultures.
Seafood?
30 seconds.
I've never ridden in a spaceship other than the one in which I already ride. Most of us never will. Should we risk destroying what we have so a few can go to Mars as soon as possible? Let's protect what we have. At the very least, please do a full environmental impact statement for the greatly increased activity proposed for SpaceX. Protect both the people and the wildlife of South Texas, and then extend out into space. Don't risk the paradise you already have for a little-known destination.
That's time. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Zach, I see your hand raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, I am Zach Albrecht, an engineer in South Texas. The region we are in does not have much industry outside of the petrochem and agriculture businesses. The region has been victim to brain drain and low-paying jobs as people flock to Houston and San Antonio. SpaceX represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get a new industry into the region and inspire a generation. This is even more important because they are an industry leader and devoted to reusability and thereby protecting the environment. There is no perfect way to build a launch facility without some damage to the environment. However, the benefits of reusable, cheap space flight by a responsible business partner far outweigh the cons. These benefits will be felt across the economy and research fields that will include and touch environmental concerns, and to shun the only company close to a reusable large rocket will set the world back many years. This will further harm the environment as we are forced to use non-reusable and more expensive methods of reaching space. This is an opportunity to have a Cape Canaveral in Texas that will bring tourism and industry to the area, which will further help fund the community and allow the community and state to form better environmental protections and take care of the currently protected areas. I trust the evaluation done by SpaceX and the EPA and ask that they be allowed to move forward with testing and operations at the Starbase facility. Thank you.
Guys,
thank you for your comments.
It's important to understand, like, you know, like you could say the petrochemical industry is doing more damage, or, you know, it's not a problem at Kennedy Space Center. You guys got to remember, that's whataboutism. You're not saying it's not a big deal at, you know, at Kennedy Space Center. It does. All right. So what? We're not talking about Kennedy Space Center. We're talking about the environmental assessment here in the Rio Grande Valley. Don't get confused. You know, if you say like, oh, you know, well, the petrochemical industry is already polluting the area, so why is it? Yeah, is there an oil field here? We're talking about this area specifically. That's what's important to understand.
Hello.
Hi there, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Taylor Dial. I'm a licensed civil engineer from Lemoore, California. I'm speaking in favor of SpaceX's plan to begin orbital launches of Starship from the launch site in Boca Chica, Texas.
Gotcha, Gaffley.
Although I'm not a resident of the area, I feel as an American and as a human, I have the right to support and urge the FAA to grant SpaceX appropriate approvals to continue development and orbital launches. This program will benefit a large majority of people, including but not limited to the community in the surrounding area. We have heard from community leaders urging support. We have seen school buses with children show up with thank you signs. Next, this program will help future users of Starlink internet, which will be expanded through the Starship launches and would eventually help millions of people access reliable, fast internet around the world for the first time.
Why should I care if someone living in Europe?
Also, users of future satellites of all variety, which may now be larger thanks to this large Starship fairing. And also, our children's generation will now have its own inspirational launches to the moon, which has not happened since 1972. And we all know that other launch providers will not take a step the same way as SpaceX. Furthermore, we will finally have capability to expand our exploration to other planets like Mars or planet-like moons with manned missions, and eventually create redundancy to humankind by creating a Mars colony. This is in the best interest to all of us as a single species. To those voicing concerns around the program, SpaceX has the means and willingness to make right issues that may arise. I personally manage design consultants and contractors through FAA construction projects, and their oversight is a continuous job. Even with these initial approvals, the FAA will not abandon its duties to continually regulate and monitor SpaceX.
There we go.
However, it will obviously be in SpaceX's best interest to continue boosting the economy in the area, especially in schools, and supporting and protecting wildlife, and mitigating any unforeseen issues as they will require continuous support from the community and the FAA. Thank you, and please think about the big picture when considering this project.
Oh, shut up.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, think
Okay,
of the
our
bigger
next speaker
picture.
is Alejandro. I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Saying think of the bigger picture when it's when talking about a pro argument for SpaceX is as bad as saying think of the environment when you're talking about a con argument for SpaceX. But I did like what he said about how the FAA will maintain critical oversight like they would any other project. That's a very good point. That's something that should be considered.
I'm a physics student from Spain, and I'd like to comment about this review on my own because as a space industry enthusiast, I feel my opinion may count even if just by a bit. I live in a family that's been traditionally poor. My grandmother lives in what's considered Spain's poorest neighborhood. And all I can say personally is that I wouldn't want anything here more than a big technological project that could boost our communities, which could be benefited from the inspiration and employment in the short and long term. I see Brownsville and I feel jealous. I like what some locals have mentioned. I'm aware of the fact that SpaceX last year, in just a weekend alone, set up a massive local hiring campaign where more than 500 people found a place to earn their life fairly and squarely in what can be considered the most ambitious rocket enterprise since the Apollo program in the 60s. From an environment perspective, I'll reserve my opinions on some of the most pathetic comments I've heard in that sense, but as a personal note, I also live close to a wildlife refuge next to the coast, and here at the other side of the pond, we closed the beaches to the public. We don't have locals living there, and we don't drive with our cars on the sand dunes. I know Texas likes it a lot to be lawless, but you guys, when it comes to laws, you only like them when it is to punish the rest, and not your own despicable actions. For the environmentalists supporting these locals,
That's not how
in terms
Texas
of beach
works at
closures,
all.
it's absolutely horrendous that in 2021, anyone who considers themselves environmentalist will even call for humans to be accessing a wildlife refuge like nothing and throwing junk all over the place. As we're seeing at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and at Jason Kennedy Space Center.
You know what Texans don't like the most? People telling them what it means to be Texan. I'm pretty damn sure. I know a lot of people from Texas.
Possible. 70 years ago, there was a town right there in that place, and the locals were kicked out by eminent domain. I can only wonder how about that place would be now if it had developed into yet another tourist town. If the locals at Isla Blanca and South Padre Island feel bad about Boca Chica beach access and environment, they should know that the place where they live in right now will be much prosper if they hadn't been living there in the first place. Lastly, I should give a couple of examples of places that were decades ago in the low numbers in terms of good paying quality jobs, such as Houston, where NASA set up the Johnson Space Center 60 years ago, or Huntsville in Alabama, where many other rocket factories from other companies like ULA, Blue Origin, and so on, feed the brains of thousands of local students and give jobs to hundreds of local people and keep a supply chain around the U.S. that provides even more jobs. And SpaceX is no different in this front, with suppliers from Washington, Oregon, Michigan, California, etc. Finally, I'm going to thank you, the FAA. I hope I have total confidence that you guys are going to do your fair job on this, and I'm happy with whatever outcome it is from this review. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I am not seeing Jonathan Smith, Tim Williamson, or Kareem on the Zoom. So I've pasted the names of the...
Fellas, just me weighing in again. One thing that I've noticed over time, especially from where I grew up, is people turning their nose up at people from other states. I mean, we do it with New York, right? Up in Massachusetts, we do it with New York, but screw those guys. No, it's all in good fun, right? But like when people actually do that, that really, really pisses me off. I don't turn my nose up at anyone. I hate that crap. I grew up with yuppies all day, man. I can't stand it. I hate it. Dude, it's a real button push, dude. You know, when I was growing up in school, and I know this is personal anecdote time, right? Like, when I was growing up in school, my family didn't have a lot of money, you know? So there were kids with way more money around that where, you know, they put it in your face. You're poor, right? I learned at a very young age to not turn my nose up at people. And it really, dude, it's jarring as hell hearing what some of these people have to say. It really pisses me off.
Perfect, I did bad.
Yep. Okay, Pamela, can you hear me?
Sorry, I missed that one, guys. I apologize. I don't turn my nose up at nobody.
Great, thank you. Okay, Russell, go ahead and proceed with your comments.
Okay, so yes, my name is Russell Sutton. I'm a resident of Detroit, Michigan, and have a biology degree with a chemistry minor. We all wear different labels that describe us, and sometimes they can come into conflict. I am a SpaceX fanboy. Shout out to Tim Dodd, Scott Manley, and my fellow tank watchers, but I am also an environmentalist. As a Michigander surrounded by Earth's greatest natural resource, I take the environment very seriously. With that said, this PEA document is woefully inadequate in addressing many of the proposed expansions in Starbase. Already, we have used numerous PEAs which push the limit of the original 2014 EIS.
No.
While there are many concerns, I will be focusing on the gas-fired power plant and the pre-treatment systems. It is my understanding that many components associated with those systems are omitted entirely in the document, such as oil storage tanks, amine reboilers, thermal oxidizers, process flare, and condensate loading equipment. In section 3.14.4.1 concerning energy supply, we continue to see glaring omissions. Nowhere does it say where or how the fuel will be transported to the power plant. It is assumed that a nearby pipeline, which runs through federally protected lands, will be recommissioned to address this. But again, this document does not address this. The whole chain of production, refinement, and transportation of fuel are just not in the report. I also noticed a little trick in the wording in this section. It states that the propellants for the rockets won't affect local supply chains, but failed to mention that the strain on local supply concerning the fuel for the power plant. Again, these are just a few but of many concerns not addressed in this document. The expansion of Starbase is necessary. I know Starship will reduce costs and save taxpayer dollars for the upcoming Artemis and Gateway project. Starship will be the rocket that takes us to Mars. And on a more practical note, we need to stay ahead of the CCP. We claim to have higher standards than other countries, but the use of a PEA document for a large gas-fired power plant would diminish our environmental leadership. It is my understanding that the Clean Air Act of 1963 could give environmental groups and others the power to force the FAA's hand to do an EIS. Legal challenges will only delay the expansion even more.
30 seconds.
I propose that SpaceX and the FAA devote man-hours to expedite the development of a robust EIS document to prevent legal challenges and delays. Thank you for your time, and God bless America.
All right.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, that was
Jose,
that was
I see
on
your hand
topic.
is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Credit where credit is due to the Michigander.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Jose Rodriguez. For the record, I am a Texas resident. Brownsville, Texas was rated the poorest city in the country with 36% of the population living in poverty. The whole thing changed when SpaceX arrived and created 2,000 plus jobs for locals. They improved tourism. They made small businesses have more clients. People saying the environmental assessment is poorly done, but if they care to read, it's for 5 lunches a year. They will produce methane, oxygen, and LN2, liquid nitrogen, from the air, from the atmosphere. They even bought oil rigs to transform them into sea launch platforms to avoid noise pollution and threats to the environment.
Okay.
People against this are against progress, are against the United States achieving the impossible again. I know you all already heard a lot of Cape Canaveral arguments, but for example, the Cape is a natural reserve with 100 times more life than RGB, and a rocket launches there twice a week. The Saturn V launched there The shuttle did as well, and there was no environmental issues at all, even though those polluted way more. Additionally, the Starship program is going to be crucial for national security and military, as it can put larger military satellites into low Earth orbit and beyond. Not just that, but also is being planned to deliver point-to-point cargo to any place on Earth in less than an hour. The benefit that would have for military operations of our country is huge. We need innovation. We need investment in our state. We need jobs. This is gonna make RGV the start point of our return to the moon for interplanetary exploration and transportation. This will make RGV area the place where the humans' access to space changed forever, the place where it all started. The impact on the new generations is already visible, with so many young people going there, seeing the history being made, seeing our future being built. I beg the FAA to please give those licenses to SpaceX. Many people, the whole world needs these launches, just like Buzz Aldrin said in an article. Now, go where no man has gone before. America should be taking the lead in space exploration again. Thank you so much, FAA, and everyone for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, folks, I'm not seeing Alex, Dylan, or Bruce on the Zoom this evening, so I pasted the names of the next...
Guy, he was citing the Cape as being, and how Brownsville will give relatively low environmental impact, but people aren't taking into account that the fact that the frequency of launches will be a lot higher than it will at the Cape. So that's what I mean about whataboutism. Saying that it's not a problem at the Cape. Well, they don't launch as much as this place is planned to launch, do they? It's whataboutism. It's a totally different thing. You can't equate one to the other.
Currently. We're going to hear from these 5 people, and then we'll take another quick 5-minute break for our court reporter and translator.
Dude, this stenographer is like, oh God, oh
okay,
God.
Annie, I see your hand. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Methane in the future, Pythos, for Vulcan. Yeah,
Hello?
Ryan, but the SRBs...
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
...are not...
Yeah, hi. I've been listening to the conversation so far, and I've only actually heard one teenager speak, and they are the next generation, and he was very positive about SpaceX and its exploration and its direction towards moving towards...
Annie, are you still there? It's a pretty rough connection. We're not hearing much of your comment. Annie Carson Clash, are you still there? Okay, I'm going to put you on mute and come back if we can get a better connection.
Moist.
Okay, Kenneth Teague, I see your hand is raised. I'm asking you to unmute.
I'm pretty sure that the gist of that last lady's argument was that there were the next generation looking towards these problems positively. That's I think those was going on. I'm gonna shut up.
Teague, retired coastal ecological scientist, 40 years experience in Texas and Louisiana in coastal environment protection and restoration. I'm a certified professional wetland scientist and a certified senior ecologist.
Okay.
I'm knowledgeable and concerned coastal scientist and citizen of the U.S. and the state of Texas, and a 5th-generation native Texan.
All right, talk to me,
Ken. I have no
Ken.
conflict of interest. I am not employed by SpaceX, its contractors, or any of its competitors. I am a U.S. citizen. FAA should specifically identify comments made by SpaceX employees or its contractors. FAA must determine whether NEPA legally allows for comment by non-U.S. citizens or non-U.S. residents. If NEPA does not allow for that, FAA must identify comments made by ineligible commenters and remove them from the administrative record. The original agency approvals that allowed SpaceX to destroy Boca Chica were made incorrectly based on intentional withholding the full scope of planned activities. SpaceX and FAA selected what may be the worst possible environmental location for the facilities it constructed and for the proposed expansion of these facilities. Boca Chica is not Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral does not have ocelot or jaguarundi. The endangered ocelot and jaguarundi are iconic and endangered cat species that are unique to this area and are already almost certainly seriously impacted by SpaceX. They are not doing well. They do not appreciate all this support for their destruction. SpaceX and FAA did not conduct an acceptable alternatives analysis in 2014, nor have they done so for the draft PEA. Acceptable alternative locations with far less environmental impacts clearly exist. The 2014 EIS underestimated the environmental impacts of SpaceX activities at Boca Chica. Are they being honest about their future plans? At a minimum, the existing and proposed projects significantly affect threatened and endangered species and their habitats, aquatic habitats, legally protected public use of the beach, a major wildlife refuge, and 2 state parks, and whatever is left of the community of Boca Chica Village.
30 seconds.
A hired police force which has abused its authority. SpaceX was inappropriately issued a Clean Water Act Section 404 permit by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. SpaceX did not comply with the 404B1 guidelines and isn't in compliance with it. The existing and proposed projects violate the Barriers Resources Act. This is not trivial.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments.
Hey, at least the guy had a well-formed
Chris, I see
argument.
your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Legitimate points. That's what I want to hear, especially dissenting ones. Yeah, Fistus, I'm not sure where these other locations are, but
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm from Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm calling in because I'm concerned about what I see as an abuse of power, and I want to go ahead and back up what Rebecca and Ahosa said. This is environmental racism. This is colonialism. I'm 52 years old. I'm a 5th generation Texan. I live in Corpus Christi, Texas. I know Becca and Ahosa because she brought water to my community when a refinery poisoned our water and we couldn't drink out of it. That's because the TCEQ and the EPA and my city, Corpus Christi, were not taking care of the business that their job is, and that is to keep the city and the water safe. Now the FFA has a job now, and allowing this company, and this is a company, this is not part of, rah USA. Nah, this is a private entity, and it's undemocratic, and that's another point I want to make. This is an undemocratic entity, and it's operating outside of the constraints of democracy that we had agreed upon, and it's operating outside of the agreements that it made with the FFA already. So it needs a full environmental assessment, okay? And why this is a weapon system. You're testing a weapon system. You talk about all this, your cult members. This is a weapon system. It's going to hurt people. It's going to murder people. We built our space station out of cooperation, international cooperation. We were moving towards that, and now we've seen this horrible slide of humanity, of our society. Now, we do not need to give up any of those birds or anything down there. The only reason they're here is money, and they're here because it's cheaper. They can go to other facilities and test their rockets. They want to, of course, who doesn't want to go sit a little tiny house out on the beach and have their own little fiefdom? But that's not the way that democracy works. This isn't a company that's run by one individual or even
30 seconds.
A board. This is a democracy, and I'm here to ask the representatives of that democracy, which right now is the FFA, to do a full environmental assessment of anything that they do down on Boca Chica Beach. And I further think that there should be another formal meeting, because you did not put this out in Spanish. And that is.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Russell Jones.
They have translators. You can literally hit the translate option in the Zoom call, but...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. There's
Russell
literally
Jones.
a translation option in the Zoom
Can you hear
call.
me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'd like to address the guy who said when it gets to 40 launches a day, that'd be a big problem. By then, the launches should be occurring way offshore. That's the plan. Mostly, we've heard not in my backyard, and I sympathize with everybody who's going through changes. But I think the scope of this project, I'm going to go through some of the points that have been made.
Turn your speakers off, bro.
It's clear that it's going to be great for the economy, because it always has when that kind of an industry moves in. When he bought out the little village in Boca Chica, my understanding is SpaceX paid 3 times market value. So there seem like good neighbors whenever reliable reports come out.
Excuse me.
I want to mention Elon gave $100 million to an X Prize to do the one thing that could save us the quickest, getting the carbon out of the air. He gave $100 million, biggest one ever. Imagine having this meeting in 1962 down in Cape Canaveral, and think how much you'd like to delay it. Because myself, I believe I'm a citizen of the world, but I'm also an American, and I have national pride. And how are the guys in the FAA going to feel when the Russians or the Europeans or the Chinese land on Mars and we're not already there to meet them? Think about that. I thought the guy that said, let's do a provisional permit to let them go as fast as they want, and in the meantime, work with them. If you need to do an EIS, they can probably afford to do it as long as it's not stopping their progress. I like the guy who said Boca Chica is going to be famous forever. I thought that hit a nice emotional chord.
30 seconds.
I'd like to mention Elon doesn't have $1 billion. He's got enough stock so that he can keep a big influence in the companies. If he never sells any of it, he lives off of getting loans against the billions of stock that he never sells.
That's not how a private...
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Am I missing something there? Isn't that Tesla? Not
Okay.
SpaceX?
Annie, I see that you're back online. I can give you another minute. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Thank you very much, very much, very much. You guys having fun?
Annie Carson
The
Clash.
FAA is.
Can you hear me?
You forgot Apollo 8. You guys having fun? Having fun, bro.
Okay, I'm not seeing Vivian Trevino on the line.
Under.
So folks, we'll take a quick 2-minute break for our court reporter. We'll come back at 8:37 Central Time, and then we'll hear from Eric Jepson, Dan Holmes, Laida Snap, Bryant Wren, and Mark Fowler.
How long has this been going on? How long has this been DMCA'd? Man, this man is just an economist genius. The court recorders quit. Just thought about it, dude. The Chinese and the Europeans and the Thailand, the guy from Malaysia, have the right to speak. They're not Americans. Especially, I guess it's not a problem. I mean, because they are calling in, but I agree with the environmentalist, the guy that was the 40 years geological research. The guy, I agree with him. This has to do with the local environment in Boca Chica. If you really wanted my honest opinion, you should have to prove Texas residency. That's just my opinion. People will disagree with that. That's fine. But since this is about an environmental impact on the local area, I think that locals should be more qualified to speak about it than others. However, big thing. How do you gauge who has more right to say about this than another person? Does a person from California have say in this? Are they on equal footing as an American? Who knows? That's another argument for another day. I think Switchio honestly should kind of be limited to people that are inside of the U.S. at the very least, if we're going to talk about something, because this does, like I said, it does impact. This is about the local impact. There are national implications here, and that's what these people keep bringing up. It's a national security thing. It's a national security thing. I understand, but everybody says it's a national security thing, but they're not coming up with any type of particular solution to the matter. Yes, but then you get uneducated Texans that know much less than a Spanish expert, per se. So what? It's not about technical expertise. It's about what people have to say.
Miriam, go ahead.
Correct, Pig Pomber. Yeah, that's another fair thing to say.
Okay, Pamela. Mary, are you ready?
If you really want my honestly, at the end of the day, guys, I have how I think about it, and then I have how it should be done. Just field everything, sift through it later. That's probably the right move, and that's probably what they're going to do.
Eric Jepson, Dan Holmes, Laida Snap, Brian Wren, and Mark Fowler. Dan, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Nice, Pixel. 251. I hear you on that one. I think that's a fair point. Absolutely. Yeah, no, totally fair point.
Dan, I'm asking you to unmute.
If it was up to me, I would field everything. Field everything and sift through it.
Okay, how's my audio?
There you go. I can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dan Holmes. That's Holmes. I'm speaking today from Nome, Alaska. I'm speaking very strongly in favor of approval of SpaceX's continued testing of the Starship and Super Heavy spacecraft. Elon's special type of genius only happens once in a generation. He's like a Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and Steve Jobs all rolled into one. He's a thoroughbred champion who should not be hobbled. Give him a little reins, but let him run. As stated by previous speakers, the environment of Cape Canaveral has adjusted to the busy launch facility, just as the environment of the south coast of Texas will adjust to SpaceX's vital development. Also, Vandenberg Air Force Base has a very strong environment, even though there is a national security launch facility there, which SpaceX uses. My father actually, incidentally, used to work there in the 70s for Boeing Company, national security contract. He was guidance systems on ICBMs. If he were alive today, he'd be very much in approval of this, as I am. The outspoken opponents of SpaceX in Cameron County are rightfully expressing their displeasure of the annoyance of having such a game-changing operation in their backyard. But to make an omelet, we must first break eggs, right? And SpaceX has been very generous and caring in its development to include the citizens in their success. Boca Chica has unwittingly become the local point of the evolution of mankind becoming multiplanetary. There's no better suited location in the United States for such an ambitious project. The fact that Boca Chica is facing the East Coast and as far south in the United States as it is, it's an ideal location for using the spin of the Earth to assist launches while endangering fewer lives in the process of launching over water.
Alaska man.
You at the FAA are acutely aware of these facts. The current world coronavirus infection emphasizes the speed necessary for planting a seed of humanity elsewhere in this vast universe. The dinosaurs lasted over 100 million years. We've only been here for a short time by comparison, humanity. Look at all that Elon Musk companies have done for the environment.
I hear it too,
and
Tiggs.
think of how
Sounds
he
like
is
Tory
helping
Bruno.
humanity. So naturally, he's become wealthy in the process. He uses that money as a tool, not as
That's
a way
3
of keeping.
minutes. Thank you for your
Time
comments.
is of the essence.
Okay, Eric Jepson, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Oh, Jade, this is fantastic. It's great. I'm having a good time. I'm having fun, and my Red Sox got pummeled tonight, and I'm still having fun. Did you just fart?
Eric, are you there?
Eric!
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to this. I am very much in favor of the FAA approving a SpaceX request. I am a lifelong space technology follower.
Bro, you gotta be near the mic.
The gentleman before me said that was my father. And I wish that he was here today to also speak in favor of SpaceX and their project. I am, in fact,
Eric, we're getting a lot of background. You might need to mute your local speakers or take us off of speakerphone.
Sorry, is that better?
No, we're getting a lot of background and echoing.
Okay, sorry, it is better.
No.
No, unfortunately not.
FAA lady gives no fricks.
It's a little bit better.
I apologize. Thank you. Once again, I am lived in Brownsville many years. I'm not aware
I can't hear.
Yeah, Eric, I apologize. We cannot hear you. There's too much background noise and an echo. You may want to hang up and try calling back in.
You're not wrong.
I am trying now this other microphone. Is that any better?
Yes, that is much better. Go ahead.
So sorry. Thank you. Again, not a lifelong member of the area or resident of the area. However, I have lived in Brownsville many years and in the Rio Grande Valley for over 40 years of my life. I know the area quite well. I have family members as well as many friends in the area. I am completely and wholly in favor of SpaceX being granted whatever permits are necessary for it to carry out its activities. As a resident and a lover of this area and the beaches, and also of its nature, I cannot understand how one can be opposed to the company that is the original company pushing the electric car to make our air cleaner and better and more, and to be more efficient ourselves in our transportation. Also, SpaceX itself is certainly the cleanest and most reusable vehicle that has ever been produced. I don't understand how you can be against better, cleaner, and less expensive and more environmentally friendly. No, it's not perfect. Yes, there are trade-offs, but I think that the benefits for us in the area and for humanity as a whole far outweigh the risks or the drawbacks that we are seeing. Until recently, Brownsville was known for very few things. Despite having beautiful nature trails, despite having unique wildlife, the area was not an attraction to travel or to tourism, except for nearby South Padre Island. Now, I hear children, schools speaking with hope in their eyes that there are interesting and exciting things happening, and this is thanks to SpaceX. I think there is nothing but good that will come to the area from this. The economy will improve, and there is finally hope for the future in this area, which was not expected by the residents, of which I am one. Thanks very much for the opportunity, FAA. Please grant SpaceX the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. That's 3 minutes. Mark, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello, my name is Mark Fowler. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Mark Fowler, and I actually build public-private partnerships regarding conservation that include not only the government, for-profit, nonprofit, and local stakeholders. And I've been listening into this this FAA discussion for the last 2 events, and I have to say I think one thing that we are not seeing is that this is a huge opportunity for the area and for the ecosystem. I've been researching the biological assessment that the FAA put out with SpaceX, and I've also been researching the work they have already done in the region, which also includes, saving thousands of sea turtles. They're working with the Peregrine Fund, which is the top falcon and bird of prey restoration organization in the world. They breed and release falcons, so the Apamato falcon the numbers could be actually increased. They're also working with local stakeholders on ocelot, on potentially breeding and hopefully one day re-releasing ocelots and hopefully increasing the habitat. One thing people don't realize is the loss of habitat is the largest threat to all wildlife. And if you look at the southern Rio Grande Valley, 95% of the valley has been degraded significantly. And there's an opportunity here, instead of making one of the richest and largest corporations and individuals on the planet into an enemy, and to making him into someone that has potential, they think has bad intentions. The reality is, this organization is working very hard to save the wildlife and also to bring a whole evolution of the economy. One last thing I'd like to say is that, SpaceX and Boca Chica is almost exactly like Cape Canaveral and the Kennedy Space Center. Cape Canaveral seashore and the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge are literally some of the most diverse in the country. It's one of the largest and most diverse in the country, and the Kennedy Space Center sits right in the middle of it. So, that's since the 70s. We actually know what will happen. We have sea turtles, peregrine falcons, bald eagles, bobcats.
30 seconds.
Even Florida panthers have been seen there. And it also brings something like $1.82 billion to the local economy. So I think we have an amazing example of what will happen if this is approved and when this is approved. And there's an amazing opportunity for the local people, for the government, for the nonprofits, and for the for-profit. So I very much support SpaceX in this endeavor, and I believe it will be great.
That's time. Thank you for your comments. Okay, folks, I'm not seeing Laida or Brian on the line. So
Jade, I think the argument here that I personally think it's a false equivalency to compare it to KSC or Wallops or anything like that. What I do think, though, and I think this is what these folks are trying to say. I could be wrong. Some of it is fragmented. Some of these thoughts are very fragmented, hard to extrapolate. Is that building a launch site there basically means that nobody can build anything around the launch site. So you won't have to worry about intrusion on the land. Yes, there is an environmental impact that the launch site itself will have on the area, but building a launch site there basically safeguards the Rio Grande Valley and basically closes it off to any new development. It'll keep the area pristine for the most part. I think that's what they're trying to say, but I could be wrong.
Orbit of Discovery. He details that before one of his shuttle missions, his ship was attacked by a woodpecker, which pecked dozens of holes into the external tank's insulating foam,
No, I'm with you on that one,
delaying
for
the launch.
sure.
In response, NASA worked in coordination with wildlife and environmental organizations to implement solutions such as hanging predator-shaped balloons and figurines around the launch site to ward off woodpeckers, which had the added bonus of ensuring their own safety during launch. This story serves an important lesson. Effective solutions to problems are possible that do not involve extreme and regressive measures. Another major concern involves a gas plant. First and foremost, the idea that any sort of fracking operation or massive conspiracy or cover-up is taking place is not grounded in fact and is largely based on speculation.
Not the shipyard.
One primary argument is that SpaceX violates emissions thresholds by running a 250 megawatt power plant 24/7. However, the critic does not take into account that a 250 megawatt plant only needs to be run during launch operations, that such a plant will almost never be needed to run at maximum capacity, and also fails to disclose that per section 2.1.4.7 of the document, there will be a small turbine in addition to the large one. It is likely that SpaceX will use the smaller turbine 24/7 for essential systems and fire up the larger one during launch operations. Thus, the possibility of a fracking operation is eliminated, and natural gas may be transported from abandoned natural gas wells nearby via an underground pipeline that has minimal impact on the environment or wildlife, although this is not clear in the document. In conclusion, I fully support SpaceX's ambitions for their Starship Super Heavy program, and I also acknowledge that the concerns of locals and environmentalists. Therefore, I only have 4 requests. Number 1, SpaceX should make clear in their document where natural gas will be sourced from. Number 2, SpaceX should work in unison with environmental groups to implement solutions to their concerns. Number 3, SpaceX or the county should build a separate access to Boca Chica Beach so that locals can enjoy their homeland while SpaceX conducts operations without the need for closures.
Agreed.
And finally, these requests should be done with the utmost speed and efficiency so as not to impede on SpaceX's activities. Thank you for your time and allowing for me to speak to you tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, folks, I'm not seeing Mark, Jacob, or Victor on the line this evening. I've posted the names of the next 5 in the chat. Before I get to them, Craig, I apologize. I almost skipped you. Craig, I'm asking you to unmute.
Is my microphone on?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Craig Casper. I am a resident of Padre Island, and I have read the preliminary environmental assessment. I'm actually surprised the mitigated EA is the approach being attempted. I have been the leader of nearly 15 NEPA assessments, including 15 full EISs. Based on that experience, I asked that a tiered EIS to describe detailed analyses of the significant direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of the proposed actions and the appropriate mitigation for those actions be undertaken. It is criminal that individually significant actions, such as a desalination plant, are discarded without exploration. Significant secondary impacts, such as changes in population and increasing support industries developing in the area, aren't discussed at all. And significant cumulative impacts, such as increased tourism and fangirls driving around looking at the cool rockets, are discarded without discussion. The FAA is the cognizant agency for the NEPA Environmental Policy Act. It needs to treat it with the gravitas that deserves. Facilitating the richest man on the planet to ignore the laws of the United States at the expense of low-income, minority, and vulnerable ecosystems is not the role that the FAA should embrace. It may be that the benefits of the proposal outweigh the impacts. It may also be that the currently proposed location is not suitable for the development and launching of Starship and Super Heavy. Maybe the abandoned bombing range on Calabria would be better. It's further south and would provide more of a boost without the ecosystem damage. Without a complete environmental impact statement in an effort to include all of the actions that will be undertaken on the site, it is quite literally impossible for anyone to know. Please begin the final EIS immediately. Or if the need for this facility is truly of national interest, then appeal to Brenda Mallory at the Council of Environmental Quality for an exemption. That is why that option exists. I also want to say that I fully support Elon Musk dying on Mars, and I'm not picky about it being on impact or not. Also, Tiffany Mendoza, you, the translators, and the court reporter, oh my God, you guys are doing a heck of a job. I hope you all have rum punches in your immediate future. You ladies have earned it. Go Big Red, and remember to always throw the bones. Booga, 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 booga. Bzzz.
Thank you for your comments.
Whee!
Okay, folks, our next 5 speakers, and these may be the last 5 that we have time to hear from this evening, are Nicholas Morales, Ernesto Lopez, Richard Harrell, Stanley Nate, and Melissa Martinez. Ernesto, I see your hand is raised. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. We are a local family. Our company, Lopez Family Woodwork and Construction, we started with 3 team members building backyard fences in Bronzo. Then, because of a town hall meeting SpaceX had in Bronzo, we had the opportunity to work at SpaceX. In 1 year and a half, we went from 3 team members to over 50 team members, which all are local Bronzo residents. We also subcontract over 10 local companies to support us on different projects that we have at SpaceX. Bronzo is on the eyes of the world, and we can share our border culture to the world. Our downtown is growing with grants from SpaceX. Our students are getting more educational opportunities, trips to SpaceX facility. Bronzo overall is growing in many positive ways because of SpaceX, not just economically, tourism growth of housing, more different businesses are coming to Bronzo, providing more jobs to our residents, and overall inspiring new entrepreneurs. Firsthand, we have seen how SpaceX is committed to help our environment by supporting many beach cleanups. They also assist with the past freeze to help the sea turtles, along with different companies such as our company and other companies that work at SpaceX. We're watching history unfold in our backyard, a glimpse to become a multi-planet species. One day we will have tacos in Mars while playing Tejano music in a colony in Mars. And that's just one culture of many cultures that will be preserved throughout the universe.
Tacos on Mars,
As a Purple
baby.
Heart veteran, SpaceX Starship program reminds me the meaning of the American dream, to always follow your dreams and to get the mission done. Thank you, FAA. Thank you, SpaceX, God Country Family. And thank you for your time.
I like
Thank
that
you for
guy.
your comments.
I really like that guy a lot, but also
Okay, Stanley Nate,
it
I
didn't
see
have
your
much
hand
to
is
do with
raised.
the
I'm gonna ask
environment,
you
but
to
I get the
unmute.
gist of what he was trying to say. But also, that guy, that guy is a legend.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The focus on protecting natural amenities and the local ecology is very much warranted. However, it is also important to note the incredible positive potential of the research and development being conducted at this site. I do not believe it is hyperbole to say that the technology being advanced at this location may be seen by future generations as one of the defining advancements of the 21st century.
Stanley, my apologies for interrupting. You need to slow down just a little bit.
Sure, will do. The road to becoming a multiplanetary civilization will undoubtedly be a long and hard one, and there is no guarantee of success. SpaceX's Starship project, even if entirely successful, will not alone allow us to achieve that goal. However, its immense capability and its focus on complete reusability are critical first steps along that path. Critical first steps that, to be frank, no other organization on Earth is currently seriously pursuing. Even NASA, which remains to this day the only entity to ever send humans beyond low Earth orbit, has not done so in nearly 50 years, and the current plan to return to the moon relies on the successful development of Starship. Extending our civilization beyond our home planet is likely to be the most difficult endeavor humans have ever pursued, but it is not an exaggeration to say that our best chance of success, and for the foreseeable future, likely our only realistic chance of success, lies with the budding development and launch site in Boca Chica, Texas.
Of course.
It is hard to imagine now, with humanity's space program still in its infancy, the full measure of what that success might look like. But if this endeavor is successful, if we do become a spacefaring civilization like those that currently exist only in the dreams of science fiction, if we're able to, hundreds and thousands of years from now, construct massive orbital space colonies, build cities on distant moons, even terraform other worlds, our descendants will see Earth's ecology expand into the cosmos. Earth is an incredibly rare world, perhaps even an entirely unique one, and therefore protecting and sustaining its beauty and its habitability are critically important. But equally important is proliferating that natural beauty so that Earth is no longer the only oasis of life and nature in the vast desolation of space. This is why I believe that the work that SpaceX is doing is critical to the future not just of humanity, but also of the flora and fauna with whom we share this beautiful world. It is incumbent upon SpaceX to take whatever realistic measures they can to protect the surrounding environment and avoid undue inconvenience to their neighbors. But as long as they do so, it is also critical that this vital work be allowed to continue, that the drawbacks of beach closures and intermittent sound pollution be weighed against the tremendous and unparalleled benefits that this project and those that directly follow from it will bring to future generations. One day, trillions of humans living and thriving throughout our solar system, and perhaps even on worlds beyond, will be able to trace their origin back to the advancements made and the risks taken by our generation. Trillions of humans who might only exist because here, at the tail end of 2021, humanity made the bold and courageous decision to take our first fearless footsteps on the road to the stars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I am not seeing Nicholas or Richard on the Zoom. Melissa Martinez, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Melissa Martinez, and I am a Texan. I was born and raised here in Texas, in Houston. So I want to talk about that for a moment. So living here in Houston, you know, my city is all about, you know, renovation and being the capital of, you know, all these innovation ideas.
Killer fun.
And with that background of being a native Houstonian, and also with my entire family being from Brownsville and being raised in the Valley, I want to take this opportunity to uplift both context of when it comes to, you know, the desires of innovation. And also, I really appreciate all previous speakers talking about sustainability and preservations and all these big, bold ideas. Well, I believe that the biggest, boldest idea that's right now that we're discussing in terms of SpaceX is, quite frankly, listening to the communities that are being affected of this. And that's Brownsville residents and also Texans in general. And even though there is so much hopes and dreams when it comes to this ideation, but let me bring y'all down a little bit and say this is the reality. The reality is this will be historical in the making, but what's historical in the making is that this is the legacy of environmental racism continuing. This is the legacy of continuing ongoing colonization and ethnic cleansing in the Rio Grande Valley region. SpaceX, it's terrible to hear that, you know, SpaceX has never consulted with the Carisan Comecrudo tribe of Texas and the original peoples here, such as also finding out that, you know, there weren't available Spanish slides. We're talking about a group that is being affected that is solely the #1 main language is Spanish. And you cannot tell me that there is discrimination not involved here. It is a prized concept of this. And it is also horrifying to hear that there is so much, all of these accommodations to a rich white man in comparison to the residents that will be affected in this community. So with that said, it's
30 seconds.
Is the now. This is the present. The present is the people are being exploited. Gentrification is continuing. So much colonization and white supremacy traits of this. This is not a lie. This is our reality, and reality, this is valid. There is truth into this. And I really hope that y'all take into considerations of not only the biodiversity that will be affected. This is talking about Black and Brown communities being affected, and this is
That's
not
3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. Richard Harrell, I see your hand is raised. You will be the final speaker this evening.
Aww.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Richard Harrell. I will be representing the RE community today, and sorry. On the terms of environmental impact of what SpaceX is doing in Boca Chica, I don't believe in the end it will be the biggest problem, you know? I believe what they're doing in the end will benefit all of mankind. You know, like, I can't believe we get to see this kind of stuff in our lifetimes. Like, they're building the biggest rocket ever made. It's amazing. But I think this contract should be given to SpaceX, but in the event that something catastrophic were to go wrong with the environment or the community, they should definitely be held accountable for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
You're very welcome, man. Thank you, FAA.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize that the time has run out before some of you had an opportunity to provide your oral comments. I know many of you have been waiting for a long time. Please remember that all comments, whether submitted orally, electronically, or in writing, will receive equal consideration. Please submit your comments electronically via the project email at spacexbocachica@icf.com, or you can mail comments to Miss Stacy Z, SpaceX PEA, care of ICF, at 9300 Lee Highway, Fairfax, Virginia 22031. Before including your address, phone number, email address, or other personal identifying information in your comment, please be advised that your entire comment, including your personal identifying information, may be made publicly available at any time. To ensure the FAA has sufficient time to consider public input, comments must be submitted by November 1st, 2021. Thank you for attending. This hearing is adjourned.
Modern.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. All right. Well then. Spare us more comments on the environment. That was something else. It was a thing. Well, this is entertaining better than I've ever seen on Netflix. It's interesting to hear different people's points of view, and I think that's the real important thing to understand here as fans of spaceflight, guys. I always welcome dissenting opinion. I want it. I'd rather have it. You know, it helps you get a more well-rounded view. With that being said, I think the vast majority of these people seem to conflate environmental hang on, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to speak very carefully here because I'm trying to just explain what's going on. I think there's a lot of commenters there seem. So the ones that are like, no, that's not a good way to say that either. I guess the right way to say it is that the people that were arguing in favor of SpaceX and in favor of the current programmatic environmental assessment being good enough seem to forgo. It seems like, screw the environment. We have a national security risk with competing with other countries. And while I do understand that it is important to do a good environmental survey, because if you do it right, an environmental impact is very, very warranted. You know, EIRs are important. It's important to understand and achieve a symbiosis with the environment. You can do that. They can build a launch site there and achieve symbiosis with the environment, and even have the environment flourish in certain ways, like at Kennedy Space Center. Very good. I mean, I get it. That's a good analogy, but also, you know, I think that's what those folks were trying to say. Like, when they compared it to KSC, like, it became a national wildlife refuge. But Jade brings up a good point in chat. It's a very important thing to understand that it was a launch site first, and then NASA basically leased that land to the Federal Wildlife Service. That happened as a secondary thing to the launch sites, because you can't build anything around the pads anyway, right? This place was a national wildlife refuge before it was a launch site. And what is being discussed is the impact of building that launch site right now on the local environment, right? That's what I mean. Like, it seems that a lot of folks there were saying like, oh, screw that, we don't have time to worry about that because we have to compete with China or something, or Russia or whatever. That's a bad argument. That's arguing in extraordinarily bad faith. You know, how would you like it if somebody from the other side of the country or from the other side of the world said, like, how dare you? How dare you not want your, you know, the place where you live to get screwed up? It's for the greater good, right? Like, that's... It comes off as very, arrogant, I guess. Now, I think that that's where folks on the other side are getting that whole environmental racism thing from. Like, who are you to say, you know, oh, we're putting a launch site here, screw you, deal with it. Who are you to say that, you know, you're just writing off this entire community in the Rio Grande Valley? You're just going to write them off? Why? Why are you going to write them off? Because they speak Spanish? I can understand that point of view as well. And once again, that's what I mean when I said a little bit earlier about how the locals and the people that work there are some of the opinions that probably should be taken into consideration the most. You know, that's very important. We should launch rockets from the Bay Area. I mean, there's a lot of room due east up in Suisun Bay, Spiffy, right? We could make that happen. You know, I think that, you know, that's the idea by what those folks are saying with, oh, the colonization thing. I don't really generally understand that. If SpaceX just said, hey, we're building here, and didn't file for any permits and didn't talk to Cameron County or anything else, then I'd be like, yeah, forceful. If you're forceful like that, but it's not like they haven't complied with local legislatures. Like, how do we only know when Starship static fire window is because we hear from the Cameron County clerk. You know, doesn't make sense. Texas has always innovated. Look at Austin. We're not talking about Austin though, Pixel, but yeah, isn't Texas pro jobs? See, that's what I mean about assuming, dude. You don't know that for sure. That's why it's important to listen. They think colonizing Mars and the 1400 colonization of America is the same thing. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Jonathan, that seems to be like going from 0 to 11 real quick. I don't know how a local environmental impact could be classified as some type of environmental biological selection. Like, what? I mean, okay, I guess I can see it. That's a little bit weak, but all right. I get what they're saying. Now, keep in mind, guys, I'm not trying to agree with any particular point. You guys know where I stand on this stuff. Like, I don't need to tell you. I'm trying to understand opposing views because that's how I learn. I'm trying to. Dude, the tacos on Mars dude was cool. I like that guy. That guy was cool. He's like, we're gonna have tacos on Mars, man. We're gonna have tacos on Mars, and people are gonna speak Spanish and English. I'm like, I like you. I like you. You come to my house and have a beer, man. I like that guy. That guy was cool. But once again, you know, discussing economic impacts to the area, you know, is not the environmental assessment. But I think the argument that folks are making there is that, you know, the current environmental assessment is good enough, and you should let SpaceX proceed with the current circumstances because it's good enough. And that, in the end, could have economic impact. Slowing down SpaceX, in environmental reevaluation could slow the economy, the local economy in Brownsville. I think that's the argument there. I get that too. That makes sense. I think the best part was the Rule 8 troll. Yo, the FAA lady was pissed. She was just like, thanks, bye. Yeah, right, entropy, yep. Just going to restate what I said earlier. I think a full EIS is overkill, and the whole EIS process needs reform in general, but I also feel that SpaceX's environmental assessment is really sloppy, and I'm not super comfortable with it. Jade, I'm with you on that one. But I think it's sloppy because SpaceX doesn't know what they're going to do. I think that SpaceX's rapid iterative testing and rapid prototyping of stuff, I don't think that the local clerk or the FAA can keep up with it. And the controversy that we had around, what was it, SN10 or SN11 happening, right? You know, oh, they launched without a permit. No, they didn't launch without a permit. The permit was misconstrued, if I remember that right. They wouldn't willingly do that. They didn't do it on purpose. I think that a more robust localized EIS might be a better idea for SpaceX, especially within the confines of the FAA. Now, a more localized EIS, basically, it's kind of like an a la carte environmental impact survey. Oh, I want to build a power plant there. It's not, oh, I want to build the entire launch site. I want to build this, 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 right? It's, I want to build a power plant here, do a localized EIS on that, and then do another localized EIS over there, et cetera, et cetera. Now, once again, I haven't read the entire programmatic environmental assessment. I'll admit that probably is what they do, because that's the way that makes the most sense. But localized EIS that allow for a living, breathing environmental impact survey, I think might be a better solution here, rather than ruling it on a case-to-case basis, right? Why don't we implement environmental impact surveys in the case of SpaceX in Brownsville? Why don't we implement environmental impact surveys in legislation like SpaceX implements their engineering? A robust, agile EIS could be very useful. On the other hand, would the FAA have enough steam to keep that type of programmatic assessment going? I don't know. I think the EU does something similar to between the US, yeah. And for what it's worth, guys, like I'm horribly in favor, like I'm horribly pro SpaceX. I'm trying to remove that bias in analyzation here because that's how you truly, like, look, if you can't throw monkey wrenches, if you don't think SpaceX, you know, if you think SpaceX should go unimpeded, that's one thing. But it's important to understand the opposing criteria. It's important to understand what the other side is saying and listen. And if you listen and you understand it and you weigh it from an unbiased point of view and your idea still comes out on top, then I think you're good. Star Trek, Measure of a Man, anybody? Anybody? TNG, Measure of a Man, what is it, season 2? That's where I learned this from, and that's how that is good critical thinking. Hey, Snackless, 32-month resub, started RP1 today. I'm intimidated. Agile's messy and expects failure. Both anathema do. Yeah, that's right, Spectre. That's a good point. Booga Booga should be the name of a stream. Nice, Dylan. Last close. Having read the programmatic environment and having friends in that community, I could say SpaceX has proven itself to be a good neighbor when people are watching their every move. What will they do when scrutiny passes? I don't know. Hey, Akira, what's up? To Roger with a 53-month resub. What a Rule 8 mess. Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, wasn't too bad. Is it better? No. That guy was funny. And then there's a better... Yeah, there you go, Creation. Guys, an environmental impact assessment isn't just to appease tree huggers, okay? Like, look... I get it. The tree, but the trees. No, it's not just that. That is a component to it. But environmental impact assessment, it basically makes sure that you don't build a launch site in a floodplain. Oh yeah, build your launch site there. Oh, a tropical storm goes. Oh, no more launch site. Environmental impact assessments and programmatic environmental assessments are there to make sure that that building achieves symbiosis with its environment in some way, shape, or form. That includes, okay, if you're in California. Guys, any Californians here? Do you build houses on a steep edge? Why not? Anyone? Only once. Jam, why don't you build houses on the cliff sides? Earthquakes. Yes, strangely it happens. And what happens to those houses? Yeah, Ryan, it is kind of weird. I know. And see. See what I'm talking about? That's why environmental impacts are done. Now, in the case of building a house on stilts on the side of a cliff in a place that's prone to mudslides and earthquakes, I don't know if that was a good idea. But some of those houses have been standing for a really long time on the flip side of that. Oh, wait, that's GTA. California's on the edge of the USA, so houses there are all built on an edge. Also, capitals. Thanks, Rodra. Yeah, Akira, there was a earthquake in Kyushu, right? If I'm remembering right. So how was Fenway? Yesterday, Fenway was great, Cajun. I'm really annoyed that the Red Sox got trounced yesterday and today, but that's all right. The programmatic environmental assessment public forum made up for that. that was awesome. Great view, though. Yeah, us Californians build houses where wildfires happen, but I agree with the sentiment. That's something to take into account. Saw the Fenway pic, jealous. It was fun. Oh yeah, it's a great view. It burns down, falls over, then falls into the swamp. They said it was crazy to build this castle on a swamp, but I built it anyway. It fell into the swamp. I built a second one, lad. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, haha, that stayed up. Oh, but father, I don't want it. Yeah, so, son, one day, this'll all be yours. Oh, what, the curtains? No, not the curtains. Just joined. What are we talking about? There was just a public forum on from the FAA on SpaceX's programmatic environmental assessment. Oh, man. Lot of long-time listener, first-time callers in there. It was great. It was very twitical. There's not enough tinfoil for some of the commenters. I don't know where that guy's getting a weapon system from. I'm not sure how Starship is a weapon system, but I mean, if it fails, yeah, maybe. This soundbite is awesome. What is this?
Booga, 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 booga.
Thank you for your comments.
Whee!
Yeah, that guy had some good points, and then he kind of went off the rails, huh? Yeah, you know what, Buck? That's a very good point. Oh, Kai, you fell asleep? Oh, dude, you gotta listen to it. It was awesome. I think that is a dumb theory about the DoD wanting Starship for troop transports. Well, Starship, it's no secret that Starship is working with U.S. Transportation Command, or TRANSCOM for short. But it's to deliver humanitarian aid. I don't think we're going to go full ODST anytime soon, Jade. Maybe the point-to-point cargo for the military. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I suppose if you know, Guy wants to see that as a weapon system, I suppose. But that's like saying a 747 is a weapon system because it, you know, a 747 flies troops to a foreign combat zone. It's like, okay. Or, I guess, a C-17 or a C-5. I mean, I don't know. What are you guys moving? Booga, booga, booga. Yeah. Yeah, that Ooga Booga guy saying that, oh, well, I don't mind if Elon Musk dies on impact on Mars. It's like, wow, dude, you're so edgy. You know this isn't Twitter, right? This is an FAA public forum. And you just went on record saying that. That's good. Good for you, man. Like, you just went on a federal public record saying that you hope Elon Musk dies. Good. Man, and then said ooga booga booga wee after that. Yeah, that's good. Wow. Yeah, I know, Creation. That guy's not too incredibly smart. Yeah, that's not really a good thing to say. Yeah, floating. Did that really happen? Oh yeah, Jim. There were a lot of people that were very passionate about and calling in to a public forum about something they know nothing about. Yeah, a lot of that. We saw a lot of that on both sides. Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. Actually, it's pretty cringe. Yeah, exactly, Roro. His opening was great. You didn't stick the landing though. You didn't stick the landing though. It's like, okay. Yeah. It was not very coggers, bro. Late space video of the KSCV rollout launching in about 5 hours. I know, Vid. It's true. It's like these folks that are like super polarized one way or the other don't see the irony in that they're literally the same person with diametrically opposed views, but they're literally the same. That's really funny to me. Like, it's like that scene in Men in Black where he's like, Second Lieutenant Jake Jensen, graduate with honors for you because you're looking for the best of the best of the best, sir. You know, your boy Captain America over here, he's really excited to be here and has no idea what's going on. Like, they felt strongly about something with honors. Yeah, it's like, bro, do you guys know? Like, did you read the PEA? Like, did you get that memo? Did you get the memo? I don't. Triton, but you see the irony in calling people that are on the left wing libtards, right? You don't see the irony there. They do the same thing to you, like, bro. Like it's like, once again, it's like that. It's like that scene in Futurama with Jack Johnson and John Jackson, like, where they're running against, like, you don't see the irony there, right? He's not. You see that guy over there? He's not snarling. He's snoring. He's sleeping. You know, that guy's over there. He's working out. How would I like to be in the gym? Someone comes in, busts my ass on a treadmill. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I always thought that was funny to me. Like okay. Spider-Man meme. You! No, you! Like, yeah, it's very funny. Like, it's like, okay, you guys. All right. I have no strong opinions one way or the other. Yeah, right. It's a good episode, Modern. Yeah, if you complain about colonialism, you can't also complain about the PEA not being in Spanish.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's a very good point, Entropy. Raven Guard, hey, 16-month resub. If someone was clear and intelligent the whole time without any crazy comments, I'd be okay with them spending the last 8 seconds making funny sounds. Fair. Yeah, I mean, your titanium tax goes too far. The titanium tax doesn't go too far enough. It doesn't go far enough. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Hey, B-Natch, what's up, man? This is hilarious. What's that? With that being said, there were some really good arguments in there. My new Gren replica I spent it's just a picture of nothing. Oh man, that's pretty bad. Hey Vin, 30-month resub. I'm going to be honest with you in my own humble opinion without being sentimental, of course, without offending anyone who thinks differently from my point of view, but looking at this matter in a distinct perspective, I want to say that I have nothing to say. Promotion! 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 Hey, the folks that are bringing up gray areas regarding the power plant and stuff, I think that's totally warranted. Yeah, that makes sense, man. You should figure out what's going on. But I don't think, like, that's the thing that goes back to it. I don't think SpaceX knows what's going on just yet. They're rapid iterative. That's how they always been. You know. Yeah, Engel, right? You know, White Girl, Quantum Physics books. Those books are way too complicated for her. She's got to start some stuff, Zed. Sorry about your socks. It's all right, man. Hey. It's all right, man. It's the ALCS, dude. If it wasn't close, I'd be concerned. Or do I owe her an apology? Has a real problem with authority angle. Yeah, but I did too, if you remember. That's a terrible Texan accent. I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry, but this kid ran down a cephalopoid on foot. Yeah, there you go. I am offended. Man, I don't care about your feelings. It's specifically you, Panta. Just you. Everybody else is good. Nah, maybe no, not Yarg. Not Yarg either. Yeah. Wow, screw you too. Love you, buddy. Does any of this even matter once they go offshore? In CW, I think that actually one of the guys in there brought that up, that no, it really doesn't. 5-2, Braves in the lead. Holding my breath. I need Braves v Sox. Well, Sawyer, I might have some bad news for you. Good news for Astros fans. If the Red Sox play like they played the last 2 games, you're playing the Astros, man. I'm saying that as a Sox fan. The Red Sox over the last 2 games played like taco poops. All right, Jade. Hey, good talking to you. Max, 61-month resub. Thank you. I hope another wheel falls off, buddy. Now, that's hitting below the belt, all right? That's hitting below the belt. Did you see that South Korea is aiming to launch tonight? I did. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep, they're getting ready. KSLV and Nuri. Yep. How have your Bruins been so far? Okay. Martian tacos, dude. That guy was my favorite, Foo Face. That guy really made me happy. He's like, look, I have a business. My business is growing by like 1,000%. I want to have tacos on Mars, man. I want people speaking Spanish. I want people speaking American. Mars should be for everybody. Let's go. I'm like, ooh, I like you. I mean, that doesn't really discuss the environment, but I do like you. You're cool. Tejano music on Mars. Vamos. Thanks for the bits, RJ. Phineas's opinion hurt my feelings, and I'm greatly offended by his viewpoint. Excuse me while I cry in the corner. But, okay. Tacos on Mars, man, is the real MVP. That guy was a legend. El Sandito on Mars. Un, dos, tres, cuatro. That song's amazing. Unironically amazing. I love it. What did I miss in KSP today? I built the catch arms and a Starship pad to demonstrate how it works, Jim. Yeah, we didn't get to that. I'm sorry. That FAA hearing was too funny. Time kind of got away from me. I know. Right? Un, dos, tres, cuatro. I love the Expanse books having described Mars colonists being mostly Texan and Middle Eastern descendants. Life imitates art, Claude Boy. So what's next? Minecraft or something else? I don't know. It was supposed to be boring. It was amazing. It was really fun. I enjoyed it. I mean, I think there were very valid points on both sides. And once again, you guys know where I stand on that. But I think some stuff with the environmental stuff could be, yeah, I get it. I get it. Actually, hold up. Give me 1 second. Ready to lose on Halloween and hunt the streamer? Yeah. No. Interesting proposal from the International Space University of converting an expendable Starship into a lunar habitat. Oh, that's cool, dude. Guys, look at Luke's link. That's really cool. So what's happening with the big SSTO? Something is going funny with the pad that I have to figure out. Funny, that's a weird way to say cringe. Novus, the arguments where the people are actually versed in the subject matter were very good. On both sides. I do appreciate it. But yeah, the vast majority of those people were like, come on, bro, SpaceX is good. You don't know what's good for you. SpaceX is amazing. What's wrong with you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then on the flip side of it, it was, dude, you don't know what's good for you. SpaceX is bad for you. What's wrong with you? Hey, Roundabout, what's up, brother? Yeah, Dead Scum, I got called out, dude. I had to defend myself. So for early hours tomorrow, what's today? Wednesday. Yeah, for early hours tomorrow, I'm probably gonna finish the tower build, finish the grabber, the chopsticks, and the carriage. I think we can get it done right. I'm gonna finish it, and then we'll work on the SSTO in the afternoon after Space News. I hope all is well. Everything's good, Roundabout. Yeah, I'm all set. It was a 3-hour public Reddit comment section. Well, Cloudboy, there were better comments in there than not. And once again, personally, I'm interested in what the locals have to say. Because, you know what, like, you shouldn't weigh someone's opinion over another, but I think if you live there, you have skin in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I, being from Massachusetts, have no skin in the environmental impact assessment of SpaceX's launch pad in the Rio Grande Valley. That has nothing to do with me. I just want it to happen because I like SpaceX. I'm not so sure that judgment should be factored in. And that's part of that. That's part of that I didn't like. People calling in from other states saying, you know, the people of South Texas, they don't know what they have. You don't know what's good for you. It's really annoying. And it comes off as very condescending. But also, on the flip side of that, you know, the people that are saying, oh, you know, SpaceX is bad for the environment, you don't know what's good for you, also comes off as very condescending. I don't think either of those views are very particularly good. But that's just me, you know. Will the Starship launch pad you're making be used at all for anything? It'll be used to demonstrate how the catcher arm moves, Ryan, if anything. Yeah, exactly, Bandit. That's why I valued his opinion. Do you think that the FAA straight up just throws the bad comments in the trash and ignores it? I very much think that the FAA... Okay, look. If you call into one of these, say, okay, I'm EJ, I'm representing myself, I live in Massachusetts, go Sox... Not a fashionable thing to say right now, but go Sox. If I went in there and said, look, I think SpaceX is doing a good job. I think that, you know, they've environmentally remediated everything. They picked up all of SN11. What the hell am I citing? What am I citing here? Look, this is a court, guys. It's a court. You need concrete evidence. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. It's what you can prove, Jake. You know, I'm surgical with this thing, Jake. Right? If I just go in there and say, hey, I think SpaceX is doing a good job. They've helped with the sea turtles. You have to cite a specific example. You have to have cited examples. This is what evidence is in the courts. Right? This is very important. That's very important. I think the FAA is pretty much going to glaze over anyone that said, hey, I think SpaceX should be doing this for the betterment of humanity. I think the environmental assessment is good enough. Screw the environment. We need to go to Mars. I think they'll disregard most of those opinions. Simultaneously, I think the people that are saying this is colonialism, this is environmental racism, I think they'll disregard that opinion too. You didn't cite any specific source. Meanwhile, there was an environmental lawyer that we heard at the very beginning who cited very specific NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act, who cited specific case examples of violations of the National Environmental Protection Act. That is something that they can go off of. And then you had another gentleman that talked about the vagueness, who was I guess a geologist for 40 plus years and a 5th generation Texan or something. He cited specific key points where the programmatic environmental assessment was not comprehensive enough due to vague details. That's the kind of stuff that the FAA can use. Oh, look at this. They didn't do that. That's the stuff that you have to go off of. And see, that's what I'm worried about, man. Even though this is the public record, I get it. This will be taken into account in some way. I'm not exactly 100% sure how the public comments will be kind of factored in the final ruling on this, right? I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go read. There's probably a thing about how it gets factored in somewhere, right? But what I do know is the people that are in there that are saying, hey, I like what SpaceX is doing. They helped with the turtles one time. I saw them on a NASA spaceflight stream. Go NSF. I saw them on a NASA spaceflight or a Lab Padre stream picking up debris from SN11. So, they care about the environment. That will immediately get thrown in the trash because there's nothing concrete there. There's nothing to stick to. I suppose there is video evidence of them picking up stuff, and maybe that could be used. I'm not sure if that could be used in the court of law in this regard for programmatic environmental assessments, but could be. She did stretch the truth a fair amount. I feel like the SpaceX fanboys did more to hurt than to help. Well, Ryan, that's what I'm worried about. I need to understand personally how this stuff gets factored in, because if the vast majority of people that are in favor of it didn't bring anything concrete to the table, nothing that the FAA can go off of, no datum of information, that can be used as an identifying point, backed up by science, right, and data, to the pros, well, there was more cons than anything, guys. There was a lot of people that were on the opposed side of the programmatic assessment being not comprehensive enough that cited very specific examples in that regard. So all those folks that came in there and said, yeah, I think SpaceX is doing a good job. I want to go to Mars. Yeah, that's not good. That's not going to help. There was a few on the pro side that did do their homework. The guy that was from Spain was very well versed, A, in English. His English was very good. And B, he was really well versed in how SpaceX operates. But he was not well versed in how Texas operates. He's like, oh, Texas is just lawless land, right? That's somebody that watches the news about the U.S. and doesn't, thinks that, they're none the wiser, right? Or not none the wiser. He thinks that, I watch the news about the U.S., so I know everything about it. Yeah, okay. Oh, Texas is just lawless land, right? You can just do whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah, no. That's not how Texas do. You got that fundamentally wrong. Counter-argument. Apollo during its census largely been justified by the feel-good factor, so maybe the fanboys have an effect. Yeah, see, Spectre, that is a good point. I feel like picking up the stuff you threw very publicly on the ground isn't something that gives you points in keeping your company in NPA conformity. Correct. That's what I mean. I heard a lot of stuff on the... don't get me wrong. There was a lot of people that were arguing against SpaceX's the environmental assessment being comprehensive enough that literally had no idea what they were talking about. Like, no idea. Like, it's very alarming seeing somebody that's speaking about a topic with such confidence that they literally know nothing about. Like, that's very, like, dude, I hope that the FAA, well, they probably will. The FAA doesn't screw around with this stuff, The FFA is in Texas, right? Federal Aviation Administration, Vincent. Yes, it's a federal entity, correct. So, yeah, that's like, okay. But once again, there were good points made on both sides. But they are offended, so they are right. Yeah, Tax. Yeah. There was definitely a couple of that crowd in there, but then there was the flip side of that. There was the flip side of that, like that guy, from Corpus that said that Starship is a weapon system. Oh, it's a weapon system. You're building a weapon system down there that's designed to kill people. Like, it's... Okay. The FFA, right? Yeah, free-for-all. Guys, you gotta... Those little misspeaks and stuff, that's just people that are nervous. Take somebody that speaks in the public a lot, in the public eye. That's people that are nervous. I understand that. The non-concrete stuff has an effect, but in aggregate, it shifts overall perception. Okay, Hotbox, yep. I felt kind of offended when it was called a weapon. And Vinius, that's what I mean about people speaking with such high confidence about something they know nothing about. Dude, I invite discourse. Even though it's frigging annoying, I don't ban people that well actually me. I'm just like, all right, I get it. Piss off. Now's not the time to be technical, dick. But we don't ban people that do that crap. No way. Not a chance. No way. Why? Because I don't know everything. I'm not infallible when it comes to this stuff, okay? And it's hard to recall. It's hard to recall specific information about a specific system on a specific spacecraft off the top of your head. I'm not going to get it right all the time. I understand that. It's annoying when I don't, but it does happen. I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not afraid of failing, especially in the public eye. That doesn't bother me. You know? And in that regard, I learn and I get better. You know what I mean? I learn and I get better. I adapt. I adapt and I keep going. I don't speak with confidence and then, or at least I try my best not to speak with confidence about things that I don't know about. But the stuff that I do know about, I will speak very, very straightforward about. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bandit. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, the mullet was ugly. Oh, well, you could be wrong. That's fine. What are the white cubes being stuck on the Artemis pressure vessel here? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like something that's supposed to be there on the spacecraft. Maybe it's just it just looks like pool noodle foam, so it doesn't bump into anything, Sialkovsky. Because I'm pretty sure they wouldn't duct tape something to the outside of the spacecraft. I try not to go in and speak with high confidence about things that I know nothing about. And if I do dive into something that I'm not too 100% sure on, I make sure to tell you, guys, I'm not the best at this. I'm probably not the right guy for this, But yeah, it's kind of scary how, into it some people were. And, dude, you don't even know you're just upset about something. You don't even know what you're upset about. Twitch isn't sending my wall of text about public comments. I send it to EJ in Discord. Do my comments really matter? Yes, the administration has to consider all the comments submitted during a public comment period. It's the law. The agency really has to review all the comments. While it does not have to explain why it did or did not make changes suggested by the comments, it does need to address significant issues that the commenters raise. The agency will also need to explain the types of comments it received and whether it made any changes to its proposed rule based on these comments. An agency can't just ignore comments just because it doesn't like them. Cool. There you go. So they are factored in. Good. Good. Well, that's good to know. Thank you, Bree. I think they're said that they just don't understand. I don't know, Dave. The FAA has to consider booga booga wheat. Yeah, they do, Bram, and that's lovely. What's the next step in the FAA process? Well, they'll go through the comments, and I wish they had the actual court, right, instead of just the public comments section, but that's okay. I'm like you. If I lived in the village, I would love it, but I can imagine some people moved there years ago because it was quiet there. Exactly, Gafflick. I agree. And see, like, Gafflick, and this is EJ personally now, okay? So this is me personally. So don't take this part with a grain of salt, because I try to differentiate my opinions about this stuff from the actual educational content of the stream, okay? Gafflick, here's the thing. If I lived in Brownsville and I did not like spaceflight, this would be the most annoying goddamn thing ever. And I understand that. What I wouldn't want is some guy to just come drop his space center down here and just pretend like he owns the friggin' place. That would piss me off. I get it. I can totally see that. B, I wouldn't want anything being eminently domained or, anything local just basically being shoehorned through legislation just because the guy has a lot of money. I really wouldn't want that. And I think that's important for people to understand. Dude, I want nothing more than Starship to succeed. I want Starship to succeed. Dude, if it was up to me, there'd be 10 orbital launch pads down there. Like, there'd be 10. I honestly, I think the needs of the fewer people in that area outweigh everything, but that's not how this works. That's not how this works. It does not work like that. You can't just you can't just make the laws in your favor. That's a very dangerous thing to do. You can't just say, oh, a corporation has the power to just take over a public park and make it a freaking launch center. That's a very stupid precedent to set up. It's a very stupid thing to do. Because the second you try to make laws that are biased or in favor of one thing or another, it'll come back to bite you eventually. Just look at any Rule 8 history. It'll come back to bite you. Somebody will interpret it differently than you, and they'll interpret it in a way that you don't like. That's why I think it's super important to listen. Super important to listen and be analytical about the points that people bring to the table. Because I would not want, personally, I wouldn't want somebody to come in and just be like, no, this national park that you use is just going to be a space center now, screw you. You have no say in the matter. That would piss me off. Even though, Gaff, you hit the nail on the head. If it was SpaceX, I'd be like, yeah, dude, take all the land you want, man. Build 20 pads. Build 30 pads. Build a factory. Do it. Make it happen. I'd be totally on board with that. If it was something else, if it was an oil or a gas well, I assume a lot of people would be pissed off about that, yeah? If it was a paper mill, people would be friggin' pissed. It would smell horrible. If it was a pit mine, people would, yeah, no way, right? The important thing to understand there is the precedent set by corporations to be able to basically just take what they please in any particular impoverished area or an area that's, that doesn't have a revenue from other areas, you know what I mean? And I think that's what people mean about environmental racism. And I understand that. I can see it. I get it. I think the way they say it is a little misplaced, to say the least, but I do understand that. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. I don't think anybody can articulate it correctly. I'm totally behind you, but there have been many companies that did that, though. Yeah, no lie on that one. Marysville, Washington, we call it Stinkville because of the paper plant there. See what I'm talking about, Chad? That's what I mean. Or a coffee factory, it smells for miles. Exactly. You should have say in your local in your local, and we do. We have it set up that way. That's why they have these things with public opinion and stuff. It's important to understand that, and that's what I mean about this particular scenario. Listening to what the local people had to say. Fortunately, there was a lot of locals that were totally frigging on board with this. There were a lot of them that were totally on board with this. There were some that weren't, and that's totally fine. Dude. If everybody's agreeing with you, someone's lying. That's what I've learned about dealing with people. I've worked retail for a very long time before I did this job. 10 years of retail experience under my belt. I've worked in corporate settings, I've worked in retail settings, I've worked at restaurants, did a lot of service jobs. If everyone's agreeing with you, someone's lying. Yeah, straight up. Car ramrod, get it? Oh, nice, Gaffling. That's amazing. Because, dude, Foo-Face, when do humans agree? Nobody ever agrees on anything. Nobody. You never get unanimous agreement like that. Someone's always going to have beef. Every frigging time. I grew up next to a paper plant in Panama City, and after being gone a while, you miss that liver and onion smell. Then you go home. Nice. I disagree. I agree. No, you're wrong. The best contracts piss everybody off. Yeah, that's right. I got a fertilizer plant a few miles from my house. Every once in a while, we get a smell of phosphorus. Knew this moving into my home. But if it was being built today, that would have been a totally different story because the smell is awful. Yep. No, but actually, yes. Yeah, Shad. So, once again, that's why I think it was important to get in there and listen to that thing. Now, guys, don't get me wrong. Once again, EJ's personal opinion. I want 4 pads. 5. At least 5, just 10. Just build as big of a friggin' Starship factory as you need. But even though it goes against what I would want, I wouldn't want that in my backyard. Well, I would. I'll be honest with you. I really would. But would I want some corporation to be able to just build a gigantic freaking factory in my backyard? No, probably not. Line the coastline with Starship pads. Better yet, take the oil rigs, make them the pads, Panta. There's already a lot of those. Oh wait, I think they had that idea already. Quick Minecraft question. On the north end of the runway, change the sand to dirt or keep sand? Let me see, Killer Fun. Let me see. I'd say get rid of this sand. Fill that in. Get all the sand out of there because we need sand for the concrete. Get all of this sand out of here. Fill it in with dirt and even make like a mound like that right there. All the way around. Make a mound and then fill in the terrain around that and put a retaining wall back there. Underwater. That would probably be the right way to do it. Mine out all this sand as you see fit. Was the EIS done before this was built? Yes. The EIS consisted of me going over here and saying, yes, that looks good, and going down here and saying, yes, that looks good. The runway glide slope is not on the glide slope of that village. We're good. Oh yeah, I saw it. It looked good. It looked great. Yeah, there you go, Brim. Animal and I built the airport safety sanctuary where it's safe to AFK. Okay. Yeah, Gaffling. The flip side of that is, the people that move near airports and then complain about the noise. Frick those people, dude. You know what you got into. Shut up. I can't stand that, bro. Like, dude, you know exactly what you did, right? Like, now, if somebody buys a house and then an airport encroaches on their house, that's a different story. You know what I mean? Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Stopped out at a terminal in Holt, Michigan. Cool. How's the game yesterday? Oh, the game was great, except for the fact that they lost, and then they got trounced again today, Slackster. Not good. Not good. Drives me crazy, and they're successful sometimes. Yep. Yeah, Drool Bucket, I'll be honest, if it was me, I would just sit there and watch planes all day. If I lived near an airport, I would have a live stream camera pointing up, watching the planes come in, dude. I absolutely would do that. Like literally Lab Padre or NASA Spaceflight, Starship cam, but just with planes. Just with planes, dude. But anyway, all right, guys, it's 11 o'clock, man. That went on a lot longer than I anticipated. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's good to hear dissenting opinion. It keeps your judgment nice and healthy. I live on the southern approach to PDX and you love it, especially when the F-15s fly over. Yeah, The southern approach to PDX. So right by the confluence, right, Jax? If I'm thinking about that correctly. That's right on. That's like right on the confluence. That's cool, man. Playing so 20th century. Aircraft are cool, but the smell is no good. Yeah. Enjoyed is not the word I used. I loved it, Element. You guys got to remember, I put all my spec in my special spec into patience. I can just sit here and it don't bother me. All right. Public comment was a good lesson in Rule 8 for sure. Anyway. All right, guys. Let's see who's still streaming. Thank you very much for watching. I'm gonna be back noontime tomorrow. Kerbal, Space News, Kerbal, back to back to back. So let's go see who's out and about here. Let's take a look-see. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Thanks as always for hosting the party. My pleasure. It was entertaining in some weird sense. I enjoyed it. I had fun, man. I'm not going to lie. Hey, guys, Haas is playing some GTA RP. Let's go see what he's up to. Let's go see what Haas is up to.